Maybe not? No? YouTube no worky? YouTube no worky. Probably just because it hasn't connected yet. It always takes a minute. Yeah, it'll work. It'll work. Just takes a sec. Alright, so today we are going to be beating the game. No, not quite. But we're gonna be getting close. I think we're still a decent ways away, but not as far as it seems. Oh my goodness! Burnt Cato! By your non-normal moniker of CCTV Bandit. Yeah, you're here on YouTube. It's weird. Okay, so this still hasn't grabbed the YouTube comments. Come on. The public stream. It'll just take a minute, I think. But, yeah, so let's see. I need to switch these back because I was doing the blueprint video to my fancy new space belts, and apparently my inventory is chock full of crap. Yes, quantum. We're gonna make some quantum crap. Some QC, as we call it in the biz. So, let's see. Let me remember what we were doing. Okay, so they're finally connected to the chat properly. Yeah, so we got a bunch of diamonds going at the end of the last stream, and those are right here. So why don't I go ahead and bring those underneath. That's fine. I just want it to be lined up with something. And we'll remerge them on this side. Why does that not feel like a straight line? Feels off. Close enough, though, I guess. But yeah, that doesn't quite seem straight. Whatevs. Yeah, the sound design in this game, honestly, just overall, is really good, in my opinion. It is a very winning sound design. Okay, so there's a, what some would call in the biz, metric crap ton of diamonds. More than enough, I will say. And wait a second, aren't the diamonds going to two places? Oh, the dark matter ones are going over there. Okay, so I actually want... So I actually need to replace this belt with this one. So that way the diamonds from my diamond factory are coming in over here. Let's see. Look okay? Not quite. Instead, we'll do out. Play nice. Well, I guess I can do this and then switch it. No. that's right. And then I'll bring the belt out from it over here. Ooh, interesting looking belt. And then I can deconstruct these. Oh no, but it sticks way too far in. Can't win, can I? Alright, fine. How am I liking the recipes so far? Do they seem balanced? So far, they seem kind of fun and tricky, but not like extremely so. The diamonds are pretty expensive, so I think the game really kind of encourages you to do what I did at the end of the last stream and make like a diamond factory somewhere and just bring in the diamonds, because they're just a crap ton of one resource. And they make that a flexible thing where you can use, there's like multiple alternates from diamonds, and I think I might even have another one ready to go. Ooh, dark ion fuel. Now there's an interesting... There's a really interesting recipe. That seems bad though, but I guess it's a way to not use power shards? Huh. Alright, I'm gonna start recording. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to our Satisfactory 1.0 playthrough. In the last episode, we got a bunch of this quantum-y stuff set up so that we could get infinite power shards, and boy do we have a lot of power shards. So that feels great. I can overclock everything willy-nilly. And I did one more thing after the stream, and I went ahead and set up an entire diamond factory. So let's go take a look at that diamond factory, because it actually ended up working out pretty nice. The oil-based diamonds alternate is something I can definitely recommend, because it makes it super easy to just find an area with oil that you haven't really tapped into yet and just turn it all into diamonds right there. So that's what we're doing up north here. And yeah, so now we have a ton of diamonds, which makes all the crystal, like time crystals are relatively cheap. I went ahead and overclocked our time crystal factory. And let's see, yeah, it's over here. Gosh, I love how far we can go on one jump with the Mark 6 belts. It's beautiful. We're gonna make it all the way, I think. Yeah, it's right here. So yeah, all we did is we grabbed this oil, which is a pure node, and 2 normal nodes, and we overclocked everything, so that's a total of 1200 oil, so 2 Mark II pipelines. And then we've got 4 particle accelerators. So this crude oil alternate's pretty awesome. It's 200 a minute usage of oil by default into, 40 diamonds. So it's 5 oil to 1 diamond, which is not a bad ratio. And so, we're basically getting 240 diamonds here off of these 2 pipelines a minute. Definitely using a decent amount of power, but we finished our nuclear power plant, so I'm getting almost 100 gigawatts. Or we could say, for even more fun, 0.1 terawatts. We want to use big words. But yeah, so here's our diamonds, and that goes on a Mark III belt because 240 is less than 270. But we have more than enough diamonds now, so I'm not really worried about that. I could sink them if I wanted to sink the extras. It might not be a bad idea, but yeah, that's basically all this is. Nothing too fancy going on here. And then I also want to go show you guys the finished result of the nuclear power plant, because you've seen bits and pieces, but I've mostly worked on finishing it off stream, so I want you guys to get to see that, because it's pretty cool looking, not gonna lie. I haven't done extensive testing, but I'm pretty sure the most efficient way to fly is to maintain a vertical momentum, and then you can take advantage of the fact that the game caps your falling speed. And if you're fighting gravity constantly anyway, you might as well have vertical acceleration while you're doing it, right? And so by maintaining some vertical acceleration, you're still doing the same amount of gravity fighting as if you were maintaining level flight. Or is that... No, maybe that's not true. No, you're fighting more gravity by going up, I guess. But anyway, I'm pretty sure you do gain a little bit of distance if you kind of let yourself go up as you're going. And then once in a while, probably most efficient would be towards the end, you just fall sideways, you know, and since your fall speed is capped, basically you're not accelerating downwards for that time. And so that ends up paying you back for the time you spent going up, I think. Like I said, I haven't tested it extensively, but I did a couple tests and it seems to get you further when you do it that way. So yeah, here is the final nuclear plant. And we already showed the electromagnetic control rod factory that brings in the control rods, but here's the finished product of 12 fully overclocked nuclear plants with uranium fuel rods. We've got the water extractors nicely set up. I really like the way this turned out. I think it looks pretty good, and you know, 75 gigawatts is no joke. I might have overdone it, but you know, given how big we had to build everything, I feel like doing 12 wasn't that much harder than doing 6. It really, I don't know, like it wasn't that hard to build this other half, and now I have 75 gigawatts instead of only 37.5 gigawatts. I guess the difference is I did need to bring in a little bit more limestone, but this is about the right amount of power because we're using exactly 600 uranium, so you could do this on a normal uranium node, which is pretty nice. You don't need a pure uranium node for this, and yeah, as far as like, yeah, I think it was the right amount to build. And if you were playing further into the game and needing way more power, then you can start processing all of the waste, right? Because we've got a solid 300 waste, 300 uranium waste a minute. And so you could use that to create plutonium pellets. And what's the ratio? So it's full. This is a really weird. So the ratio, you would need 5 of these craftings to make 100 non-fissile plus 25. So that's exactly 100 uranium waste to make 30 plutonium pellets. And then 30 plutonium pellets. Oh, I didn't mean to hit in. Dang it. Is it healthy to stand above the big vat? No, no, it's not. We did get more diamonds, and we finished the nuclear power plant. So it's 100 waste to 30 pellets, and then 30 pellets gets you 15 cells, and then the 15 cells gets you half of a plutonium fuel rod. And we have 300 waste, so we'd be getting 1.5 fuel rods a minute from our 300 waste that we're making. We are making 300 waste, right? Or are we making 600? 25 a minute times 12. Yeah, that's 300. So the amount of power we would get from plutonium fuel is half of what we're getting, I think, because we're doing 6 uranium fuel rods a minute, and these have half the fuel value of plutonium. So basically you can boost your nuclear power plant by 50% by setting up the plutonium stuff. And I'm seeing if the rates are easily sloopable anywhere. This one seems fairly sloopable. You'd need 4 sloops, but you could double your pellets here if you were fully overclocked, it's not quite enough. But yeah, so you could sloop that if you wanted. I think that's probably the best step to sloop. Or would this one be the better step? No, not this one. I don't think this one would be very good to sloop, because you would need a lot. Because we'd be making 90 pellets a minute, so... yeah, and this one... we would need 6 manufacturers, so yeah, that wouldn't be good to sloop either. But yeah, and then the plutonium waste gets used to make the fixonium, right? And then the fixonium combines with... honestly, it's pretty cheap at that point to make the fuel rods. The most expensive part of all this is the singularity cell. But then the fixonium fuel rod is actually kind of bad. They're way less... they're only 150, so that's 1/5 of a uranium fuel rod. But the point here is that you have no waste, right? Plutonium waste is gone, and the uranium waste is gone, so it's a waste-free process that certainly would be worth setting up, again, if you were doing like an ultra-long playthrough, which I'm not. We're gonna go try to win the game here in the next few hours. I mean, we still probably need a few more than a few. We need a few hours, but we only have to set up 2 more normal parts, which is the superposition oscillators and the neural quantum processors. What's up, Dukes? How goes it? Our base looks so small from up here. We need little squirrel wings so we can have a better glide ratio from on high. Whoa, I didn't realize this thing does like a whole stream of whatever quantum nonsense. That's cool. Okay, so we need to automate the neural quantum processors. So I'm gonna add that to the to-do list so then we can see that more easily. I always forget to do that. Okay. So it requires time crystals, supercomputers, and trigons. They're not used in anything. They're considered an elevator part. I guess that's a good point. But we still need to automate them for that reason. Or do I need to automate them? Yeah, no, you're right. For some reason, I thought these were used in something else. So we only need 256 of these, which means I only need 128 of these. Which means I only need 64 craftings. Yeah, man, that almost makes me sad. We will at least automate the superposition oscillators, though. Let's do that first. We were talking about it on the stream after the last episode, but the Phase 5 requirements are not super hard. At least I think it was after the video was done recording. Well, maybe you guys are hearing me say this twice. But basically, Snut himself was talking about it. It's not super hard on purpose, because just getting this far in the game is mainly the challenge. So the challenge isn't meant to be huge numbers of space elevator parts. I do think the issue I have is I personally wish the game somehow forced you to automate it, but then the problem is then you're just basically telling the player, oh, if you just leave the game going overnight, then you'll have enough. And that's not fun gameplay either. So like making the numbers bigger doesn't make automating it to completion harder. So it's almost like there needs to be some sort of game digital AI game master that can tell if you've like automated it or if you're just cheesing it by, you know, manually moving things around. And there's no easy way to measure that, right? Because you could measure parts per minute, but how do you know if you're feeding it with a container? Like, there's no real way to do that. Obviously, as the player, you just have to build those requirements in yourself. You could always download a mod that makes it so that you need a ton more parts, but again, you can just idle the game for 5 hours to get those parts. So is that really harder? I don't know. I don't know if it is, but superposition, oscillator, add to to-do list. Okay, so we need the dark matter crystals, crystal oscillators. Wait, what is it? Oh, crystal oscillators, like these things. Forgot what that was. I thought it was some other kind of crystal. So it is made in the encoder, right? Oh no, did the thing? Ah, did the thing again. If you're traveling up and you open your inventory at the same time, it does weird things. Okay, so we need the dark matter crystals, oscillators, all-clads, and some excited photonic matter, which we already have right here. So yeah, I mean, this makes sense to just build right next to it. I think I'll build 2 of them. Oh, we ran out of power. I think I will build 2 of them. I may not need both, but it's not that much harder to build 2 than build 1. Yeah, exactly, Burnt Cattle. Like, let people play how they want. I'm not saying the game should actually have those requirements. I'm just saying, like, I personally feel like the challenge of the space elevator stuff is made too easy by just slooping a bunch of stuff in containers. So I don't know if slooping should be allowed on the project assembly parts. I think that's the first change I would want to make, is you can't sloop project assembly parts. That alone would help quite a bit with what feels like the cheesiest strategies. It still would be cheesable. You would just need a lot more parts to cheese it, and it would kind of, especially once you're getting to like this stage of the game, you're definitely going to want smart plating automated, you know what I mean? Whereas with slooping, you double the smart plating at each step, so that means even though you're needing more and more parts with more and more smart plating total, because each step you add halves the original smart plating, you kind of end up never needing very much smart plating, is the bottom line with that. Okay, why don't I actually make this look a little better? Does that connect? It does. So that is now. Is this enough excited photonic matter? Yes. Yes, it is. 500 a minute. Plenty. Gosh, so many of these stupid spam bots these days. I do not understand why Twitch can't figure out that that sentence itself should just be banned. Sometimes it feels like Twitch catches it, and other times it doesn't. It's weird. Okay, I have no reason not to overclock things. We got 75 gigawatts for a reason. So this actually won't run at full rate with the photonic matter refeeding it. So I might as well get the accurate rate then, which is going to be 312.5 over 250. No. 250 over 312.5 times 100. I did that wrong. So 80 times 2.5. Okay, so that'll be 500 a minute, which is the most we can make from that one building. Yeah, the problem isn't that they don't ban the bot accounts, it's that because the bot accounts just make millions of accounts. Okay, maybe not millions, probably thousands, tens of thousands, probably tens of thousands of accounts. At least with the number that comment on my videos, knowing that that's happening all over the world, it probably is actually tens of thousands. Alright, so there is our crystals, and what was the other thing? All clad sheets. Those are right here. On this one. Items over here. Whoa. Didn't really mean to climb that ladder, but I guess it worked out. Alright, so there's those two. And then we want to bring that over to this area. And then what was the other thing I needed? Dark matter crystals. Dork matter. Oh, thanks, B. Jonas. It is a nice grid of belts. I wouldn't recommend it. It's mostly useless. The thing about a bus in Satisfactory is you just don't need most items most places. And yeah, it just doesn't end up, like, the supply of one belt often can't handle 50 different things at once anyway, so it just basically the difference where Factorio and this game differ a lot is A, building a bus is way harder in this game, and B, a single belt doesn't provide the same level of throughput relative to what machines need in this game as Factorio. At least with stuff like ore and ingots. Obviously for these higher tier items, then the problem is one belt is too much. But you run into the same thing with Factorio. Like at first putting, you know, blue chips on the bus is way too expensive or whatever. Because just blue chips are so expensive at that stage of the game. But then eventually that just becomes cheap. And it's not a big deal. I want this to be there. I guess we need to bring over the dark matter crystals. Where even are those? Oh, they're right here. It's convenient. What if we do a splitter and some sort of weird... Bring the extras up here. Now the problem is I have no idea if I have enough. How many dark matter crystals are we making? Yeah, B. Jonas, part of the reason I did the bus is because it looks really cool. And that I've always wanted to do a bus in Satisfactory because I just think it looks really neat. Which is a big reason why I did it. So, yeah. Alright, so we are making 60 a minute. We can make more. It's not fully overclocked. And I can always set up another one of these behind it if we need more. I'm feeling like it'll probably be enough. Guess we'll see. These belts do look really cool. They're glowy bits. It's just really neat. It feels so different than the rest of the factory. Actually, I want to go left to right. Splitter. Oh, you're not gonna line up nicely for me, huh? these. And then we are good to go. With the amount of luck, we have now automated superposition oscillators. Maybe. Yes. Yes, we have. Oh my. Look at the power just jitters around. Okay, so now we have to connect up the output of dark matter to this guy. And then it should get recycled. I'm probably gonna need another. Well, no. Do these use dark matter residue, or do they? Yeah, these actually consume dark matter residue, because we need 30 to make the 6 crystals. So, unless I'm slooping these, there's not going to be any... Yeah, that doesn't work. What if the angle actually works properly for the first time ever? It does! It actually does. Look at that. Okay. And then that clip does, so I gotta bring it out. Bring it over. Ooh, look at them. They like glitch around. A little 4x4x4 Rubik's Cube action. That's cool. Wow, it won't snap to any of that? I don't understand the snapping logic. I've done 100 hours of gameplay. I've done a lot of things. It still seems random when sometimes certain strategies work and other strategies don't. Very weird. Okay, but yeah, there's our superpositions. And we'll just put a splitter right there. And get our dimensional depot. Storage container on top. And there you have it. Ta-da! Now, the question is, dark matter wise, I think I have enough all-clads. I'm not worried about that. Crystal oscillators, I don't think I have 20 a minute. Let's go look. And I also don't have enough of these dark matter crystals, right? We only are making 60. We're making 75, but let's double down on the dark matter crystals. And we're gonna have to modify this a little bit. I really didn't set this up in preparation for 2 of them. I don't know why. It would have been smart. Would have been smart. At least this one I can carry along. Oh. That just doesn't work. Did I build that in the wrong spot? No. Weird. Oh, there goes a lot of my dark matter. Just out of existence from deconstructing the pipelines. I am curious if the priority stuff works with the gases or not. I haven't been able to... Wait, really? No, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, you know what? There we go. I'm just gonna put it off to the side. That should not be counting as clipping. Out of this garbage. Okay, there's that, and then the diamonds. Let's see. Let's do something like this. Your bus doesn't look great. It's hard. I feel like being super wasteful about all of your just having belts everywhere in a nice grid is really the key. But it's not. That's not exactly the efficient way to do it. That's for sure. Okay, there we go. So diamonds are now a thing. Dark matter's a thing. Power is a thing. More shards is a thing. Now we can use up a whole pipeline of dark matter residue. And then go. And then we need a smart splitter. Right output, overflow, and then we'll do the awesome sync. Okay. Of course, we don't have power. So, as usual, we do floor power. And find another base. Floor power. How about you? Perfect. Alright, so the problem now is that... So the power shards are producing extra dark matter residue. I'm going to turn that off for a minute. The reason I want to turn it off is because we need to discover... Because these are basically going to be using up all of our dark matter residue. And I need to discover, can we prioritize dark matter residue by doing the same strategy you can do for fluids, which I did right here, or not. Which means I'm going to turn back on the dark matter residue producers, these two. They just use the reanimated SAM to make matter residue. And the problem, I probably need a valve, but even then I don't know if that's going to fix things. Let's at least get a valve going on this. So that it can't flow back. And let's just flush the pipe network real quick. We'll empty it out. And then basically the question is, will this dark matter in here get used before the dark matter that's filling up this? If it doesn't, we're going to have problems, things are going to jam up. If it does, then everybody's happy and it works great. I guess we'll just find out which way it goes. But basically we want to see this fluid buffer staying empty, and I'm kind of thinking that's not going to work. I'm guessing they changed the rules for gases compared to fluids. And now we can go check our crystal oscillators and see we did for that. Those were way down in the corner of this. Go in here. Do we have 2 manufacturers going? I don't even know what the rates are on these things. 2 a minute with overclocking. Okay, so I can get to 5 a minute with max overclock. Not very good. And it looks like I have the space here to fit more, though. Let's see. Baby. I think we're jamming. And that'll actually be the exact 10 a minute that we need. So that worked out pretty conveniently. Get back my floaty jetpack. I could do sloops, it's true. But that's 8 sloops. I don't really want to use the... I'm going to need all those sloops for the project assembly stuff we're doing soon. And power. Copy, paste, and paste. Now, do I have enough cable and quartz? Probably not. That's going to be the issue. Quartz crystal, cable 35 minutes, so I need 140 cable. There's no way I'm making 140 cable. Yeah, there's just no way I have enough of anything here. The wire... Let's get going on a faster belt, at least. That might help. This wire is used in a lot of places. Let's see, now we gotta upgrade where we pull it off the belt. And then we get to upgrade all these little segments in between. Fun, fun, fun. Alright. Okay, well that should help a little bit. I don't know what our crafting rate of wire is. Because these are making reinforced plates, so that's the stitched wire going in there. Alright. Whatever, it's all automated. It's probably not fast enough, but it's fast enough for me. That's my theory anyway. And now we've got superposition oscillators. Okay, let's check on our dark matter. Is this full? Yep, it is. Bummer. Bummer, dude. So that means... Screw. There really is no way, huh? To prioritize gases. That's annoying. That's really annoying. I mean, if there is a way to do it, then it's even jankier than this. I guess it might be possible. With, like, weird pipe black magic. but it certainly isn't possible with using pressure. So... what that means then... Yeah, I know gases aren't affected by head lift, but I was hoping that gravity pressure still might at least do the same thing it does for fluids, at least so that you can prioritize it. You know, where things have higher pressure, and higher pressure is gonna flow first. That's not the case. So the good news is I have a lot of diamonds, and we're sinking the dark matter crystals. So what that means is I should feel free to make enough. Yeah, I feel like the actual way to do this is to have 2 separate dark matter pipelines is really the best way to do it. Is there another use for this I'm forgetting? I mean, Fixonium, I guess. I don't know what the other 2 are yet. But let's grab those superposition doodads, oscillators. I only need 100. And we'll go finish our research. Yes, that would be true in real life, B. Jonas. I just more mean from a gameplay perspective, not... Well, that was annoying. Not being able to prioritize which gas gets used first is kind of annoying. And again, if there is a way to do it, it's probably something with black magic understanding of satisfactory pipes. Like, in fact, we may try... There is one thing we can try. That works for fluids. Fertile uranium. Ooh. That's to get even more plutonium, I guess, out of your stuff. Alright, let's figure this out. Ta-da!
Milestone
all but one
reached.
thing done.
Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired. Do not ask me how it works. Not because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know. You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door. Thankfully, the construction of project part number 12, the ballistic warp drive, can be automated and requires no manual input from you, so I'd say we're relatively safe. If you disagree about my assessment of your capabilities, you are free to attempt a study and replication of either portal or warp technology. After you're done with project assembly.
Okay, so I do need some dark matter crystals built up here. So let's do that, and then pasta. I need quite a bit of pasta. Yum, yum, yum. But yeah, okay, so the thing that I do know works via black magic with liquids is that the flowing... If you have one on the bottom, the flowing one on the bottom takes priority over one that comes in from the top. So if I were to do something like this, no, here, and connect that and connect that, and then put a junction here, and then this one goes up higher. Down onto that one. I believe that actually does prioritize this one. But I'll have to turn these back on to find out. They both seem to be flowing, unfortunately. In fact, this one seems to be taking priority now. What the heck? I feel like that's the opposite of what I've been told fluids do. What if I put a powered pump? Does that do anything? It's worth a shot. Doesn't seem like it. Oh? Maybe they're splitting? Absies? I don't even know what's happening. It's not a fluid. Yeah, I know, it's some plasma or whatever, but it's gas as far as the gameplay is concerned. Okay, so anyway, these are basically, they're using 30 residue and producing 25, so these are doing 5 residue per cycle, so 50 residue per minute if they're running, which means I would need at most 100 residue per minute supplemental. So I'm just gonna set that to 100 and turn this one off. So that way I'm making only 100 a minute. Now that won't mess with power shards, because power shards actually make excess. Yeah, and that's not even counting the fact that I've sleeved it. So that should do what we need, and I am making enough of the dark crystals to use all that up. Yeah. And I have enough diamonds for that. So we are good to go on all that. Except, what are the time crystals again? That's just straight up diamonds. Okay. Cool, cool. Alright, so now we can turn our eyes to completing phase 5 and winning the flippin' game. Question 1, how is our powder tower going? It looks like it's not going very well. We've got the top one filled, and that's it. So we're gonna need a lot more powder. Which means we're gonna need another copper node. Looks like there's some impure copper to the southwest. So let's go make some powder. Oh, there's an alternate for the dark matter. Yeah. I think we actually have a hard drive to research right now. Oh, I forgot to start one. Okay. Seems like a really weird way. It's using a lot more fuel. Because then you're using 24 rocket fuel and 12 packages. Because it goes from packaged to unpackaged. So that's spending those packages as well. All for the sake of not spending one power shard? But a power shard isn't even that crazy expensive. I don't know, that feels like a weirdly bad... I don't understand this one. Anything else cool? Oh, there it is again. Cloudy diamonds. We already have our oil-based diamonds, so I don't need that. Alright, well, whatever. Let's go get some more copper powder. And then... that goes into a particle accelerator with pressure conversion cubes. So I am going to need a lot of these. Because the ballistic warp drives... A large amount of force is required for the warp drives to activate, so sticking them to rockets was the logical next step. Additionally, results improved immensely when the observers were further removed from the warp drives upon activation. So these are going to need 1,000 singularity cells, but really only 500. And 500 of those is going to require 50 more pasta, but really only 25. Okay, so I do need a little bit of pasta for the singularity cells, but it's not going to be very much. So I need 1,025 pasta, which means 500, and we'll just call it 525 pressure conversion cubes. So let's get that set up. I am going to need to grab a lot of stuff over here. So 525 pressure conversion cubes means 525 RCUs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. And then that means 275 fused frames, basically. I know it's not 262 or whatever. 3, 4, 5 and a half. Okay. So that's the fused frames and the RCUs that we need, and then we'll go over to the copper area and set up some powder making along with the pressure conversion cube making. We'll do that all over by the copper. Which is where? Over here? Oh, straight south. Where is it? Oh, is it those? No. Ah, down here. Alright. Get that mining. Haven't done this in a while. I still think it's weird you can't blow these up with dynamite. I feel like it sort of makes sense so you couldn't accidentally blow up like a Caterium or quartz. But even then, by the time you have dynamite, I don't know. Maybe there's some fancy reason for it, but I think I would like if you could blow them up. I don't think these are actually powered. Oh, they are. Cool. Yeah, exactly, Vatamouse. That's why I'm getting a little extra, is because of that slooping issue. Because if you get exactly half of everything to sloop it, then you're going to end up with just a few short, which is really annoying. Alright, so there's 600 copper a minute, and where do I put... This feels like a good spot for this little factory. Do my little blueprint here. Get rid of some thing on the end. Get rid of some foliage. Yeah, it's really annoying too, because you can put in the sloops before you even power on the machine, and it still won't double the first one. So that is a bit frustrating. I wonder, it might work if you were to like pull the items out mid-craft and then restart the craft. I might try that, just because I'm curious. Ooh, too close. But yeah, it is a bit frustrating. What am I doing? Build this guy. Merger. Perfect. Okay, so we need to smelt 600, which is 20 smelters. Oh wait, we have infinite power shards. So it's really only like 10. Let's see. Let's get power. Oh, I already have power. Nice. We'll build our smelter's blueprint. Here on the edge. Let's build 12, because that's nice and easy. And then we'll have to deconstruct just that belt. Yes, please. Thank you. And I don't need to improve the mark of belt because it's only 600 a minute. Of course that clips right through the belt. I feel like no matter how I build things, I always end up getting a wire clipping through a belt somehow. Even though the actual amount of space, you know, like if the belt was just a little higher or a little lower, it'd be fine. But it just always manages to get right in the way. Oh, I forgot power shards. Okay, fine. Alright, so there's a crap ton of copper, and then we need our constructor's blueprint. All nice and close. That's probably more than I need, actually. What's the rate here again? I literally, like, I only need 2 constructors for this. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Connect this over. And there's the copper powder, and then I need the assembler blueprint, which I have not upgraded. Like, where is my assembler's blueprint? Ah, right there. Still has Mark 4 belts, so I may need to upgrade here. Is 3 enough for the pressure cubes? 1 a minute, so really 2.5 a minute. So that's 15 a minute, and we need like 500. So yeah, that's only like 18 minutes. Did I do the math right? $35 minutes. I built this backwards. Nice work. Alright. Powder. Wait, what am I doing? Is that... Hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself here. What does the powder go in? Oh, the particle accelerator. Oh, okay. The powder's not yet. I need to make these first. Got it. Okay. Now I'm tracking with my own brain. Okay, so we're gonna do one of these fed by storage containers. This used frames and RCUs. Okay. And then you guys are gonna be PCCs, fully everythinged. Okay, and then we'll need particle accelerators to make the pasta. And those are going to go at a rate of 2.5 a minute, which is 400 minutes if I just build one of them. So I'm going to need to build a lot more than one of them, because I don't want to wait 400 minutes. If I build 10 of them, gosh, 10 accelerators though? That's insane. Does the thingy even fit in a Blueprint Mark II? Particle accelerator? It does. Okay, I need to set this up then. Yeah. We need to set up our particle accelerator blueprint, because I'm gonna need a lot of them. 7. No, I guess we start with the pipe. I guess it doesn't go to the fluid version. Okay, so here. There. 2 of these. And then, I think for simplicity, I'm gonna do the output over here too, kind of like I do with the manufacturer blueprint. And we'll bring it through the hole. Okay, so there's that, and then the inputs come over like so, pipe like so. Frick. Oh yeah, we already solved this problem. Come out to the side. Noodle, I think, looks a little better in this case. Splitters. Alright, there we go. That is everything? Oh, power. Power. No power. I think I can just put it right here. And that won't clip with anything? Yeah, that'll go underneath that belt. So there we go. There's our particle accelerator. All hooked up. Everything's good to go. Go ahead and save that. Accelerator X1. Mark 6, I guess. Icon. Particle. Save. Blueprint. Alright. So there's that. We got that ready to go to make all the pasta. How long did we say this needs to run? I already forgot. 30 minutes, I want to say it was. I just watched Josh's Let's Game It Out video, so now I just feel like whatever I do spaghetti-wise is nothing compared to that. Oh man, is it horrible and delicious at the same time. Okay, so yeah, we need all of this copper powder to be going somewhere while we're waiting. Industrial storage containers. Really? Okay, there we go. So the problem here is I'm only making... Yeah, I really need to sloop this. And we're not getting 750 a minute. So I guess I don't even need the second slooped one. Because we're only getting 600 a minute. So that means I'm only getting 200 copper powder a minute. Which means I need 500 minutes of this? Is that right? To get enough pasta? 'Cause, yeah, we're only getting enough to craft 1 per minute, which makes 2 pasta per minute. So yeah, I'm gonna need more copper than this, is what that means. That's what that means. Now wait a second. That's not consuming all the copper ingots. Oh, I guess the copper ingots are backed up. That will stop soon. So these are just emptying out their buffers, I think. Yeah. Should be, anyway. All the buffers will empty, and once all the buffers empty, we should be consuming all the copper. There's more copper up there. There's just a single normal node, though. Copper over there, that's a pure node. I could get twice as much. I mean, I've got 2 of these running now. Maybe we'll be okay. Let's get the particle accelerator stuff built. I am gonna do floating platform nonsense, and you guys can judge me all you want. I've given up on making things look perfect. Ah, I need power. Need power to fly. Alright, so I would like it to be lined up with the global grid at least. And we said, and the blueprint fits on a 5x5 for our particle accelerator. Yeah. So I can just tile them lengthwise like this. We'll just have to see how many can fit per 5x5. It's slightly more than 1. You know, they don't quite use the full. So I won't quite need 10 of these blueprints, is what I'm getting at here. Probably need like... Do I really need 10? I think 8's fine. It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so then we should be able to grab this blueprint. Oh, I thought I could fly. And then blueprint mode. And then we'll see how much we need to nudge it, if at all. It accepts one nudging. Okay. Lock and nudge. And this is going to take a minute to build because of the quick wire and all the other resources. So I'm glad we're building it now. I have to build it in 2 chunks. Belts. This recipe uses no fluids, so I do not need to connect up the pipes. This is my large hadron collider. And then we're just going to use storage containers to feed things, because that is the way. And this is going to be thing 1, thing 2. Copper powder, I will just hook up with an actual belt. I will have to go fetch the stuff that's over there by hand, which will require a few trips. And then we need power connected here. Of course, that's clipping, as it loves to do. Sweet. So then this is where the pressure conversion cubes go. And then all the powder. And that will take care of those. Okay, what are the other main things we need to be aware of? So the AI, let me open this menu. AI expansion servers are made in quantum encoders at a pretty high rate, 4 per minute. So that's already only 250 minutes with no clocking or slooping. So that's not going to be a problem, because when you clock and sloop, you go 5 times faster. So that's only 50 minutes of this in a single quantum encoder. That's no big deal. The ballistic warp drive is done in a manufacturer, 200 minutes worth. Again, that drops down to 40 minutes, no problem. Singularity cells, we said we were gonna need like, what, 1,000? I think? Or was it 500? I think it was just 500 actually. 500, yeah, it was 500. Okay. Those are manufacturers, and then what's the other thing called? Oh, the biochemical sculptor. Those are made in a blender with water and trigons and a box of scraps. Yeah, I mean, this is all just kind of... I really should have left all the buildings to make these, but it's all pretty chill. Oh, you know what? This is always going to look backed up because I'm consuming exactly 600 a minute. If I fully overclock it, then it'll actually consume the backed up part. There is a way to activate all the desired crafts. You need to complete any cheap recipe with the sloop in the machine before changing. Ah, that makes sense. So you have to basically burn the unslooped craft on anything else, and then the machine considers itself slooped. That's good to know. That's good to know. I guess I can get started on this. Put the cubes in the bottom, and then yeah, I mean, it probably won't be worth the time, but if you did have the exact amount and you didn't want to make like an extra of something, it would save you the hassle. But yeah, I don't plan to do it for most of these things, because like we already talked about, I can just grab an extra, you know, 25 and I'm good to go. Okay, so there's at least... Gosh, it's so fast. Just already in the distance. There's the powder. Why did I think I wouldn't need a million sloops for all this? I kind of forgot about sloops when I was thinking about these. So yeah, I definitely want these to run for a long time. Yeah, that's 400 minutes, and I don't have the sloops for more right now. Interesting. Okay, well, I am slooping some other stuff at home, so let's work on that. So yeah, the pasta one is going to run for the longest for sure. I can't remember what else I'm slooping. Am I slooping anything over here? I am. Wow. There's been 2 wasted sloops. I forgot I slooped homing rifle ammo. Ever so many years ago. I've just been playing without those sloops forever. These ones were set up to make assembly director systems. Perfect. So that'll be... I need the adaptive control units first, though. Just make sure nothing over here is slooped still. Oh, good. I do have my aluminum slooped. I could unsloop that, because the amount of aluminum I'm spending now is not that massive. Okay. And then I deleted my setup with the manufacturers back here. I guess I did. This is where I made my last phase of stuff. Okay, so... coming back over here. Where we got the sloops? Is there one over with the rocket fuel? Oh, speaking of rocket fuel and ionized fuel, I might need to make a little more ionized fuel. Now that I have ample power shards. And then we're not slooping trigons. Or am I? No, I decided to unsloop that because we had plenty. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. And then finally, over on this end, I was slooping some things, but I might be done now. Oh, also like turbo motors and whatnot. Did we unsloop all that? These, I think, are all unslooped. Nope, nope, we're still slooping. Use modular frames. That's no longer necessary. And definitely do not need to be slooping these diamonds anymore, because I have all the diamonds in the world. Diamonds money can buy, or crude oil can buy at least. And I probably don't need to be slooping time crystals at this point. I guess it depends. Did I... where are they? Oh, they're down there. Yeah, I have a full thing of time crystals. So we're good. Alright, well that gives me a good amount of sloops back. I also don't need to be slooping power shards anymore. I've got plenty of those. And finally, these don't have sloops. Okay, so I've got 19 back. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So going back to our particle accelerating. If we've got 4 of them running, then that's only 100 minutes worth. Yeah, there are 106 summer sloops on the map. That sounds like about right. I've probably found, I don't know, like 40, maybe 30 something, and I haven't been trying super hard. I feel like there should be a few more, but the problem is there's not any super late game. What am I trying to get at? It's like there's no Metroidvania locks on areas of the game other than the, you know, as soon as you have, whatever these are called, Noblesques, you can already get to everywhere in the game. So it feels like if they were going to add more, they would need to add some other sort of fancy technology that locks off parts of the map so you can't get too many in the early game. I don't know. The current duping. Yeah, I mean, you could just cheat, yes. I think before I cheat, I would get some sort of mod that creates some sort of crazy difficult recipe. Or someone was recommending or talking about, was it one of you guys? The possibility of like, what if extra Phase 5 completions gave you more summer sloops? You know, something like that. But those sorts of things would only matter in an ultra long playthrough. Okay, so this is running. I need to go get all of the... Here, let me throw away all the crap I don't need. Rocket fuel. Frames. All clads. Regular fuel. Rubber, plastic, iron, stators. Random stuff, random stuff. Random stuff. All those in there. Oh, do I have sloops in the cloud? No, they're all out of the cloud right now. Okay. So now I can go grab a bunch of copper powder. Let me make a little launcher for myself. U object thing? Is there some sort of bug that you're talking about? Oh, you managed to break EA with U object limit. I see what you're saying. No, I think there's still an issue. I want to say they mentioned they like raised the cap somewhere somehow, but it's still, I think there's still a limit. Alright, take all, take all. Can't even fit it in one inventory. A good problem to have. That means I have a lot. Alright, back we go to Acceleration Town over here. And yeah, there's just a lot of little micro crafting to get done. Get these particle accelerator doodads going. Okay, let's put some in here. No! Frick. Please tell me, I think it only grabbed... Yeah, I didn't see anything else on the belt. That could have been a lot worse. Oh man, that's funny. Here, why don't I do this? The merger. I need a control click on powder. Is what I needed to do. Okay. So that'll last for a minute. And we did get all of these slooped, right? I want to make sure we're not wasting, yeah, version cubes. Okay. And then I think we'll only need one more trip here. And then I'll start working on the, I don't know, the biochemical sculptors, I guess. Alright, none in there. Take all. Take all. Alright, that's it. That's all we got. Probably about a third of what we need total is done. So we're probably going to need to tap another copper vein to make all this copper powder. It's kind of an absurd amount of copper powder. Kind of an absurd amount. Gosh, are these consuming all of that too? 4 of these are consuming 1,000 per minute, so not quite, but pretty close. Pretty close. Alright, let's grab the rest of the cubes we've got. We said this would take 30 minutes, so these are probably nearing completion, I'm guessing. Yeah, we're already on the last stack of fused frames for both of these. Yeah, so those will be done in a few minutes. Gosh, they're so fast. Oh my gosh, Mark 6 belts are nuts. Alright, so let's work on the biochemical sculptors. So these guys So we need 250 craftings of them. No, 125 craftings is it. So 125 ADS, and whatever 125 times 80 is trigons. I need 10,000 trigons. That's not zero. That's actually enough that we're gonna have to need 2 containers of them. We shall let the trigons be trigons in a container. So yeah, we should have half of what we need then already, because that's 4,800. And then that's made in a blender. Did I look at the rate? No, I didn't. So the rate is 2 a minute, aka 10 a minute, which gives me 100 minutes. So I'll probably want 2 of these. But we gotta work our way backwards first. We need the 125 ADS, which means we need 125 ACUs. And that means I'm just gonna triple it. 350 wiring. At least it's not anywhere near as much as we needed last time. We needed an absurd amount last time. 350 wiring. Like 3,500 cable. Ugh. Alright, let's set up manufacturers X2 Mark 5. Let's get this going somewhere over here. With storage containers. 3, 4, and 5. Alright, there's my little mountain. Mountain of success, we'll call it. And then we're gonna start with... Oh, now here's something nice. We can make... I'm actually gonna do automated speed wiring, so then I don't have to have a setup for flipping... whatchamacallits? Assemblers. How much wiring do I need, though? We just said 350? So this is only 10 minutes? Nice. Then I'm actually going to short a sloop. There's something slooped somewhere that I want to undo, but what was it? Somewhere. I feel like I had... Oh, wow, there's the copper powder. I feel like there's something else I slooped, but I don't remember what. Yeah, aluminum could be a good one to stop at this point. Get those 2 sloops back. Because, I mean, I have enough stuff built up that I don't think the rates are going to be much of a problem right now. We'll see if I regret this. You never know. Write down all my sloop locations. Like I'm playing Myst, you know, have my notebook. Yeah, we de-slooped everything over here too. No, I didn't. Wait, I still have one going. Aha! Time crystals. Found you. Okay, so there's a few more. Yeah, that's all the sloops we got. I know, it is nuts. I only had 1 machine doing scrap. It's because sloops are so strong. It was literally still faster than 1 belt could even handle. I know, I guess I could do 2 machines worth of... or 2 belts worth of scrap, but it just didn't feel necessary. I had plenty. Alright, paste to you. There we go. Okay, so I need 350 wiring, which means I need, like, 100 stators, 2,000 wire, and a single stack of high-speed connectors. Okay. This is pretty easy. Your starter aluminum does 8. Yeah, that is certainly a lot bigger than we've been building. There. Sweet. So that'll get going. I needed a little bit more wire, I think. Let's go grab that. It's just down here. You know, I actually, the more that I've thought about it, the more I think trucks are the truth in this game. Because unlike, I don't know how much water I need, I'm just grabbing a lot. Unlike trains and unlike belts and I guess similar to, they're actually more similar to drones than anything else. Because you can easily, like, you don't have to build something along the way, right? All you have to do is have a path that you can drive on. But this game has a lot of natural roads, right? Like, I mean, literally this one is one of the more clear ones, but there's a lot of even other natural roads that you can follow to get around the map. So my thought, maybe for a next run, is actually just using way more trucks and just kind of having trucks go all over the place, because you do have to drive the route once, but once you've driven the route, now you can just add more trucks to that route, and then you can stuff multiple things into the same truck route. You can get up to 2 belts on one truck stop, and you could have trucks stop at multiple stops in a row. So like you could do 6 belts from location A to location B pretty easily. So you just have 3 truck stops. You drive one route where it stops at all 3 and then goes to the other 3. And then you would just make sure you sync all of the excess so that it never backs up. And then you can transmit multiple items. And you have to sort them out on the other end. Yes, it's true. But I don't know. It seems like that could be a good way to work with things in the late game. So that way you're not having to build, you know, pathways to every single thing. You can just have a truck stop and then take things to a central truck stop area, but it is kind of annoying. I mean, there's certainly pros and cons to it. Okay, how much wiring do we have? I also didn't do the math right. I think I overestimated, but I just want to double check I didn't underestimate on this. So for wiring, so we said we needed 125, and I need 2.5 times 125. So I really only need 312. Yeah. So, and I already have more than half of that. Sweet. Okay. And am I gonna run out of stators? No, because I put in 130 stators. More than 10 times that amount, and I need less than 10 times this amount, so we should be fine. Okay, so that is good to go. And then, what's it called? Control units. So adaptive control units. Now we need to grab the items for this, so we need 125 HMFs. No, I need half. Oh, why do I confuse myself like this? I need 125 of these, which means I only need half as many of those craftings. So I need 350 circuit boards, basically. And I only need like 70 modular frames and 150 computers. Okay, that all works. Put half back. Heavy modular frames, and then we said circuit boards. Okay. If you have multiple trucks traveling in the same area, you have to potentially avoid head-ons. Yeah, I think, as far as I can tell, they only deadlock if they are really head-on, because I have a crossing in my current truck path, and they've run for, I don't even know how many hours are we talking at this point. They've run for at least 50 hours without stopping, so I think they can figure out how to cross. At some point they should have ended up trying to be in the same spot at the same time, and they did it successfully. What I don't know is what exactly are the conditions that create deadlocks or not. So it makes it hard to know exactly what you're trying to avoid. But anyway, okay, so I needed 350. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? 100, 200, 350. We are there. Okay, sweet. So now we can switch this to the next thing, which is adaptive control units. Though I do need to soak up all the items. I need to grab the wire out of here. Otherwise it'll pollute things. So I need to select that, get the items, and then change it. Okay. And now we should be able to shove everything into the chests. Yeah, when you're far away from the path, I think it doesn't matter as much. But even if you were close, I wonder what would be the conditions to guarantee your deadlock free rather than just hope and pray. Oh, I need to move all this to this one. Perfect. Alright, that should be everything we need for these guys. What's the rate here? 10 a minute. So I only need like 12 minutes of this. Beautiful. And then those adaptive control units will turn into assembly director systems with supercomputers. So 125 of those means I need only 62.5 supercomputers. Which is very, very few. I'll do 75. But very few of those. Belts are certainly a surefire way. Trains are surefire too, though. Assuming you signal correctly, which is not really that hard to do. Trains are a surefire way, and drones. Drones work fine as long as you have fuel, which is again just like once you have fuel properly provided, it's not going to stop working randomly. So, as far as I'm concerned, tractors are the only thing that even can go wrong, and they don't go wrong easily. As long as you're knowing that they can't have head-on collisions, I think you'll be fine most of the time. So, okay, so we've got everything we need now for the assembly director systems, and we've got pretty much everything we need for this. I guess I should get the water. I mean, it's only 25 water a minute, so that's not problematic. We have water here already. So there's no problems there to make the biochemical sculptors. I am going to need my assembler blueprint here. To make, I forget which item we were just looking at. I think it was the assembly director system, yeah. There's no version of this that doesn't have that, so we'll have to wait for the sloops and switch it over. Let's see, power. I will do the classic. Floor power. I think we've got floor power over here. There we go. And yeah. Okay, well, I think we'll call this an episode for future YouTubians at an hour and 40 minutes, and we're going to have to do some stuff. So I'll probably do a little bit of this busy work between this episode and the next one. So we're probably only a few episodes away from actually finishing the game. But if you're here live today, don't leave. We're gonna keep streaming. So other than that, we'll call this a day. As always, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments. And I'll see you guys in the next episode. Okay. So, I need to take a little break here. What should we use for a screenshot for the episode? Maybe the particle accelerators? The pasta accelerators? Posticle accelerators? The postulators? That's a new word. Screenshot for the episode. Let's see. What is that? Episode 32, I think. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom. You guys do the same. Take care of your bodies. Get something to drink. We'll be right back. Yeah, Alor, those 3 minutes. You can't pause the game. I mean, I could save it and go to the main menu, but at least with Satisfactory, it always runs during the break because there's no alternative. Sadly. I've always thought that that's weird, that even as a single-player game, it doesn't pause. Like, obviously, it's because the game internally is, like, probably doing a lot of the same things as it is in multiplayer. So it's like hosting a world and then running in that world. But it does feel weird to have a single-player game not pause when you go to the main menu. Or go to the escape menu. Because that's, I don't know, something most games do. Alright, let's see how much more has our powder tower filled here. Not very much. Okay. Not very much, in fact. How close are we on the pasta? Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, technically multiplayer by default, but this is a single-player game. This is a single-player game that a lot of people play co-op in. I get that. Like, it was built from the ground up to support that. But it's not like something like Halo or Counter-Strike or Dota where it's like that's actually a multiplayer game. Like there's not really a sense that you play it by yourself. You couldn't even play it by yourself if you wanted to. You know, something like Diablo is another example of a single-player game that heavily supports multiplayer. It's kind of both types at the same time, but I wouldn't say it's more one or the other. And Satisfactory, I think, fits in that category, where it's like, yeah, it's multiplayer, single player. It's both. It's co-op, single player. But in all those games, the game pauses when you go to the escape menu. Anyway, I do not think we're anywhere near the amount of pasta we need. I need 1,000. We're at 300, almost. I mean... Oh, here's some copper. There's 3 normal nodes right there? Maybe I grab these. There's 2 normal nodes there. Yeah, 2 normal nodes seems workable. Let's go do that. Because that will actually be exactly a 1200 belt, so... It's an Unreal Engine thing? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, our factory is pretty big. It's certainly big for me. I mean, compared to, you know, I don't know, a lot of the big YouTubers and big players out there, it's nothing. But for me, it's a lot bigger than I've ever built in Satisfactory before, that's for sure. That's for sure. Alright, so we'll set up this other copper one, and then we'll maybe do 1 or 2 of the other items that we need, and then we'll start the next YouTube episode. Alright, another miner Mark III. Where's the other one? Ah, this way. 200 meters, oh. It felt like it was a lot closer on the map. No locals we have to chase off. Thanks, Simeon. I like it too. I like it because it is mine. Doesn't have to be the best. Not even considering the fact that best doesn't really have a clear definition in this type of context. Alright. So this should get me 600 a minute copper. Now the question is, do I just belt it back over there? let's do a little factory right here for the copper powder, and then we'll belt the copper powder. Because powder is denser, right? Not that the density matters, because I'm less than 1 belt, regardless. But yes, it is denser. What would be the real trick here would be to do like wet copper ingots, so I get, you know, a more productive recipe, and do something like that. And so I can have 1 full belt of ore becoming 2 full belts of ingots, yada yada. But this is fine. Nice little clean path here. Ooh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something I don't normally do. I am going to go off-grid. Dun dun dun. Okay, each one of these will do 75. What's 75 times 6? 300? No. 150 times 450. So I still need 3 chunks of smelters to get all of this. I gotta make sure those are close enough to be aligned. Uh-oh. See, we gotta turn a corner because we're off grid. Perfect. Oh, power pole connections won't be perfect, I guess. Alright, we gotta go get the other one powered up anyway. And I gotta blow up these trees, I forgot about that. Alright, you're powered up. Drop some bombs here. Out of bombs. Well, I was correct when I made an entire container full of cluster obelisks a million years ago, and I said this will be enough for the rest of the game. I think I was correct. Certainly still have at least 150, so I'd be surprised if I didn't have another 1,000 as well. Okay, I think that's powered. Yeah. Ooh, look at our power usage with those slooped particle accelerators. Ooh. They work their way up to 100 gigawatts. They actually touched the battery power. That's fun. But the average is obviously way lower, right? Like, you know, the area underneath the gray is about 100 times bigger than the area over it. So our average usage is still nowhere near the max. Yeah, and it's only because we're running far more buildings than we can support anyway. It's not like I could run those constantly either. So it's not really a big deal. Alright, so that should be... We've got 18. Trying to smelt 1,200. Does that even work? Yes, it does. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I also just realized we're gonna need some belt upgrades here, yo. So the belt for the ore needs to be the fastest on the way in. There should be fine. And then the belt out, probably somewhere around here. Because these are Mark 5s, right? Yeah. Alright. And then I believe I need what is only 2 constructors. Which is a crack up to me that this is it. You're right. We haven't overclocked these. Something looked wrong. Make sure we got the shards. Bam. Oh, that would be such instant death. All my bones broken in an instant. Alright, so then power. Connect over. Oh yeah, get a nice little spaghetti split there. Make that one look nice just for the inconsistency. And then... Oh, well, I think it's okay, Wascally, because the first 6 are going to take 450 off of 1200, which leaves you with 750, so we should be okay. Because it's the full 1200 all the way to there. In fact, the first 7 would get enough, so I think we're fine on that. Okay, and then I'm just gonna connect this belt. I think burying this by hand is gonna be a giant pain in the butt. And for once, the belt is actually not that far. This is tame compared to my nuclear power belt. No! My flight. Okay, we're good. And then we just need to go... in there. Sweet. Yeah, the smelter, I had a few more smelters than I needed, so it worked out okay. Alright, cool. So that should be enough. I mean, I've already got a third of what I need, right? I guess 100, 200, 300, we're more than a third of what we need. And I probably need to go grab the rest of my pressure cubes. I think those are done by now. Yes, they are. I can run one more. And then that'll be done. That's good. Gosh, I can't get over how different these belts look. It certainly... It looks worse when you mix belts, I'll say that. But on their own, they do look very cool. They sure do look really cool. They aren't belts anymore. That's... yeah, you're not wrong. They are... They have transcended the belt nature. You know, look at that. They're gone in moments. I love it. I love it. Alright. Okay, so the pasta is delicious. lots of it being made over here. Let's head back and see how the, what were we doing last? The control units? Those are probably done. And then maybe I can make the warp propulsion, thermal propulsion rockets, whatever they're called. Alright, we'll make whatever's left there. And yeah, I need some of the TPRs, unfortunately. So 200 ballistics is going to mean 100 rockets, which is going to mean 25 craftings of this, which is going to mean 50 frames, 150 systems, 50 turbo motors, and 125 modular engines. That's not very hard at all. Make some extra to see how many tickets they give. Of the ballistic warp drives? Yeah, I do want to see that. Are those the biggest ones? Or is it... I guess it's more than pasta, probably. So yeah. They might be the biggest ones in the game. Yeah, we'll have to do that. That's a good idea. Yeah, okay, so let's make some smart plating. How much smart plating do I need? I didn't really look. We said 125 modular engines, which means 125 smart plating. Okay, that's like super easy. Rotor, plastic, reinforced iron plate. Alright. Done, and that needs like 3 minutes. Yeah. That won't be bad. And then, let's see, let's get these hooked up. Okay, this is the one that wants the adaptive control units, which I should already have. 140. Yeah, I feel like fully automating ballistics warp drives would be the way to get all the tickets you'd ever want. For sure. Wait, how is that not powered up? Also, what is going on? Oh, somehow, I don't know, I must have misclicked. Didn't actually connect the floor power like I thought I did. There we go. Okay, so... I don't know how many supercomputers I need. Oh, not that many. I need like 28-ish each, 25 each. I don't actually know. Yeah, because I need half as many. I need a few more. Whatever, I could have actually used these. The splitters just aren't going to work with the right numbers because it's splitting into 3. But, oh no, these aren't slooped! Ah, panic! Panic! Panic at the disco! Hold on. Can't do that yet. No sloopage. No sloopage means no go. Gotta wait for these. I guess, here, why don't we cut you off. Take your sloops. Turn this on. Turn this on. Yeah, maybe go find a few more sloops. I do think I probably don't need all 4 of the, as I think about it, all 4 of the particle accelerators, because basically right now even if I had everything, it would only need 100 minutes, right? Because it was 400 total minutes of production. And that's cutting it down to 100 minutes. I already have probably about 40% of what I need, so it's only like 60 minutes left. So if I cut off the one on the end, that's really not going to hurt things that much. We still have more than that amount of work to do on all the other things. So, I think we'll cut off the fourth one, which does mean I need to move the belt out of this. Dora the explorer with heavy weaponry. Certainly. I don't care about achievements, Mouse. I mean, I care about them in the sense that it's fun to get them, but it's not like I've been... I don't even... Can you even see where all the achievements are? I don't even know how to do that. Or is that in the epic thing that I'd have to go look at them? Okay, so anyway, yeah, that should be more than enough rate to get the rest of the pasta that we need. Heathen? Look, back when I bought the game, it was the only way you could get the game. So don't be heathening me. I'm a hipster, not a heathen. I had the game before it was cool. No, it's always been cool. But yeah. Trust me, if I had been able to buy it on Steam from the beginning, I would have. But that was simply not an option. All right, there we go. So those are going, and then the smart plating is. We said we needed what, 125? Is that it? So we're already done? I think, let me double check, but I think that's all it was. Because we needed, yeah, we need one per engine, and we needed 125 engines to make 100 thermal propulsion rockets. And 100 thermal propulsion rockets gives us 200 ballistic warp strike. Yeah, okay. So 200 smart plating is more than enough. Hey, Jerry. Glad you've been enjoying. Definitely, yeah, we're almost at the end of the game here, so I get it if you want to head out. But enjoy the rest of your day. Alright, so we're switching over, making modular engines. So... oh, we're missing a sloop. We are one sloop short of a Happy Meal. So what I'm gonna do is steal this one, because it's not really automated anyway. We're gonna undo our powder tower. Oh yeah, no. I'm completely, I'm with you in that I think that the Epic Store sucks and I hate it, but I'm not gonna go buy a game a second time for no reason, which in this case means I get to play on the Epic Store. So, yeah, fun stuff. Alright, so I didn't do any of the math. We needed 200 smart plating, 200 motors, and then 7.5 times 200 is 1,500 rubber. Ugh. I'm gonna have to take that a little bit at a time. What I need is store all these trigons. Motors, 200. Okay, so basically we need 8 stacks of rubber, and that's 3. And I I need one more stack of motor. Whoa! Man, that autosave glitch. I feel like because autosaves are starting to take a little bit more time, and I'm using the ionized fuel, I'm really noticing that more than I have before. Where'd my smart plating go? Oh, I never grabbed it. That's where it went. Okay, so I need another 50 motors. And then there's our final sloopage. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, you'd probably, well, I don't know. I was gonna say you'd probably make more money for Coffee Stain if you go buy merch, but that might not be true. They might have low margins on their merch. It depends. I'm sure some margins are better than others for merch. Steam is, I don't know about pretty fair. I mean, for the market, yes, but like at a core level, I'd say no. Like they do take a pretty big cut, given that they do very little. I know they do a lot, but they also do a little comparatively. Like they are just distributing the platform. They're not doing any. They're zero part a part of the development of your game. They just help you get it to people at the end of the day. And I think they take a large cut for how little they're actually doing in the process. But given that they have a monopoly is the way to put it. And so they can kind of charge whatever they want. Yeah, but if you compare it to something like other markets, like a grocery store, for example, like a grocery store is taking a far smaller cut than Steam is, and it's far easier to get things to people digitally than physically. So Steam is raking in the dough, is my point. And given that they're not even the ones producing the games, it's how the market works. I get it. I'm not intrinsically faulting capitalism at the core, but Steam is kind of greedy, and you'd be wrong to say they're not. It's just a question of, is it fair to be greedy, I guess. And some people would say no. I think it kind of is a little unfair, but also, like, it's the world we live in. They're not doing anything illegal. Well, I don't know. You could probably argue that monopoly-wise they're doing something a little illegal. I know there could be an argument there. The question is, do I want to go get more rubber from where rubber is made, or do I just want to wait for this to stock up? I already got 600. That's already 1,000. I think I only needed 1,500, so I'll just wait. Yeah, A-lore, exactly. Like, they're not that much different than the norm. But I would say, at the core, I don't know if I support the level of corporate greed that exists. The problem is most of the games that are being made with the same amount of greed. Like, there's greed, it's greed all the way down is the problem, right? So the issue isn't with Steam alone. I would just say Steam is part of the greater problem. They are not the problem, but they are part of a problem. So, it all ends up hurting the bottom line. Whoa, what was that? Did you see that? I just flew that direction. What just happened? Some sort of weird, like, bounce mechanic? Whoa, yeah, did you see that? Like, I jump, and then when I land on the splitter, I go the other way. I'm not pressing any direction keys there. It's super weird. Huh. I wonder what's causing that. Extremely minor bug. Very weird. It's like the reverse direction that the belt was going for a millisecond when I land, kind of thing. Alright, these are not done. I'm definitely gonna need to take some from this guy. Put him in the first one. Alright, you take 10, you get the other 10. So that's that. Assembly director systems. What else do we need for the biochemical? Just click. We're getting all the things. Okay, that's what we needed for the biochemicals. For the servers, I needed the magnetics and the neuroquantums. Okay, those are two things I haven't done. Okay, so for the magnetics, I need versatile frameworks. It's such a small amount. I need 256, which means I need 128 magnetic field generators, which means I need less than 200 versatile framework. I mean, it is a tiny number. Yeah, I figured it was some sort of rebound thing, and it's remembering the acceleration that the belt had, even though when I jumped, I couldn't go sideways at all because the vertical jump was blocked by the splitter or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it makes some amount of weird sense, but it certainly is also weird in and of itself. All right, I already have 200 versatile framework. Easy peasy. 200 is enough, right? I needed 128 times 5/4. I only need 160. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Already got what we needed. Whoop. Alright, and then I needed like 200 rubber still or something. Maybe 600. We're very close to being done on the rubber. These are almost done. Sweet, sweet. You know, I think we're gonna get to victory on this stream. What time is it? Yeah, I still have a decent amount of time to play. Let's go check on our pasta. This is actually going faster than I thought it would. Let's check on the pasta. Alright, pasta is 400, 538. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 38. Yeah. So let's change from like 60 to 80 minutes. Well, what's half of? Yeah, basically we have an hour left of pasta crafting, but that would be if I was getting enough copper powder, which I'm not. How much copper powder am I actually getting? I'm getting, it's not 6-to-1, it's 3-to-1 because I'm slooping it, and I've got 1,800 copper ingots, so I'm getting 600 powder a minute. So let's actually clock this to be accurate. And that will help me with my calculation. Okay, so we're actually getting 6 pasta a minute then, would be the number. And so if I need a little less than 500, then... Okay, so it's still not very fast, believe it or not. How did I end up with more pressure cubes in my inventory? It keeps happening. Oh, because I changed the settings. And I do have a little bit more. That'll get me another 20 pasta or whatever. So 550, so 450. So we only have 75 minutes left of pasta, like actual crafting time. Okay, that's not bad. And now I just realized I underclocked these to the point where they're not going to be able to consume that extra pasta. So I'll speed that one up because I just put in a few Okay. Oh, right, this one goes this way. Oh, I didn't get the full speed off that. I could put the space elevator here and watch it tick up. I don't really want to connect everything to the space elevator because the belts would be really long. And I don't want to move it. That feels wrong. Somehow. That feels very wrong. Okay, so this one... Get in there. I don't know if I have enough rubber, so let's grab 200 more just to make sure. And then these guys are probably done. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so the ADS is done. And the ADS... It's so weird. Is there a way to get the codecs option without... I don't know. Assembly director system. Okay, so now I need blenders. And a single blender would end up making 10 a minute when slooped. And we need 1,000. So we're talking a 50-minute process with 2 blenders. So we need to get that going. Maybe I do 4 blenders, actually. Oh, I don't have enough sloops for that, though. Don't have enough sloops. Take the sloops from here. Put them in here. Still 2 sloops short. 2 sloops short. Where are all of my sloops? I still feel like I keep having not enough. Because there's only 12 over there, plus 3 for the copper powder making. So there's only 15 over there. There's another 8 to make 23. 25? 29? Maybe that's right. Maybe I've only found 29 sloops. You can run a machine without all 4. It's true. It's true. But then I would need more assembly director systems. And I barely have enough. I need 125. And I have 137. So I don't want to deal with that. Okay, so this is not enough sloops, which means I need to turn off this one. Get this going. Hey, ABCD, glad you've been enjoying your blueprinter time. Glad I was able to inspire. Oh, I built this backwards. Keep doing that. Blenders. Yeah, I see why I did it. This really doesn't feel like the direction it's supposed to go. It is. Okay, so wall power. Perfect. And then we're gonna need to bring water over. Which is the bottom one, right? Yes. You know what? This is the end of the game. I don't need to carry the bus forwards. I don't need to do anything crazy here. We're almost there. Almost there. Alright, there's our water. Add more screws. Definitely don't need more screws. You know, I never made batteries. I just ended up using rocket fuel. Oddly enough. Alright, and then we need storage containers. I think I'll put the output one on the bottom, actually. Okay. And then this is where we need a lot of trigons, actually. So many that we're gonna do 2 containers filled. Final pasta. This is just a little bit. It's very minor relative to all things. Batteries are useless in 1.0. Yeah, I mean, not useless. They're actually quite good. I mean, I haven't done the math on like resource efficiency versus the rocket fuel and stuff. Like, you need far fewer batteries than packages of fuel, but at the same time, it's still just easy to make enough fuel. Now, I haven't gone crazy on drones, though. If you went crazy on drones, batteries might have a better home. I'm not really sure. Okay, so let's get... Actually, I'm going to start the episode, I think. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to what might be the final episode of Satisfactory 1.0. In the last episode, we were working on all the Phase 5 parts, kind of all the parts we need for the parts, and since then I've finished the Assembly Director Systems, which are the last thing needed for these biochemical sculptors. I got water hooked up from the main bus, and we have 2 containerfuls of trigons, which should be just about right. If I need a few more, I can go grab them. And then all else I got to do is throw the Assembly Director Systems in here. We are fully slooped up with these blenders, and these each make 10 per minute, which totals out to 20 per minute. So we will need 50 minutes of this. I may add a couple more at some point if we have some free sloops, but I don't have free sloops right now. Sloops are all in use. I have 3 accelerators running. I removed the 4th accelerator because here we can zoom in forever. Wow, you really can zoom in forever. Whoa! Field of view. We didn't have enough to run all 4 accelerators. And why is that one not running? Oh, it is running, okay. It just doesn't light up all the rings the whole time. Yeah, but we have enough powder to run 3. So those 3 are running. Those are also going to take about 50 minutes. Or what did we... I don't remember what we mathed it out to be. And yeah, so these guys are getting done. These are making... I only have enough sloops for 1. That's why only one's running. The modular engines, and the modular engines go into the... What are we doing this for? The thermal propulsion rockets, and those go in the ballistic scorch drives. So then we are going to need to make singularity cells, and we're going to need to make the quantum computers. Yeah, zoom is really weird. The issue is that the little controller hands just don't disappear in photo mode. That's the main issue. Photo mode should remove being able to see yourself. So yeah, that's my short TED talk. Anyway, let's make the neural quantum processors to make the AI expansion servers. So I need 128 of those, which is going to be pretty easy to just hand feed a quantum encoder right over here. I am going to need time crystals rather than dark matter crystals, so we'll just hook over the excited photonic matter feed everything else, I guess. Okay, so then we said 128, right? Yes. 128 at 7.5 per minute. That's nice and short. So that means 64 supercomputers. Done. Trigons. I guess we're going to need to feed a couple things with storage containers here. Because we need whatever 64 times 15 is. That's like 30 times 30, about 1,000 Trigons. Battery, 6,000 megawatts. Packaged rocket fuel, 7,200 megawatts. Speed the same, 37 meters a second. 37 meters a second, what? Oh, do your drones fly at a different speed based on what the fuel is? I actually didn't know that. I think 1,000 Trigons is enough, but let's do 1,200 just in case it's not. And then back over here. Throw the Trigons in, and then what was the last thing? Time crystals. I need about 300. So there we go. No! I need to sloop this. Actually, do I? I almost don't even care that much. These are all relatively cheap things, so I don't even really need to sloop this one. I just need to connect up the dark matter so it gets recycled into dark crystals. Speaking of which, I'm actually curious how many coupons I built up now that now that I'm recycling dark crystals. And just excuse me while I choke to death over here. Alright. Okay, so that should do it. I will have to hand feed a couple more supercomputers. Everything else should be good. Alright, let's look at the awesome shop here. Only 18, yeah, they're not worth that many points, and I'm not sinking, like, an absurd amount. But it's free real estate, as it were. Why is this idle? Oh, I don't have enough photonic matter? Now that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Let us... Alright, put that up, put that up. Ooh, that noodle. That just looks so bad. Not a fan of that noodle connection. Like, noodle looks like if you wanted to do a water slide, is what it looks like. You know, if you were in a water park, that's what noodle's for. Oh yeah, it looks like our dark matter residue isn't getting recycled fast enough either. I don't think there's much I can do about that at this point. Because I want to say these are both fully overclocked. I guess for now I could turn off the production I have of dark matter residue, but then I'm just going to mess something up. I'm going to forget about it, so we'll just leave it. It's not going to... I could just, you know, do the thing. Whoops. I do, and I even have a fluid buffer in here too, so that should help a little bit. Oops, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. So I think the problem is these are running at full speed. How many superposition oscillators do I need? Because I probably don't need this many. Let's feed some into the awesome sink for fun. For fun and profit. Alright, so I'm at 18 coupons. What if I throw 100 of these in here? Whoa! Just immediate 20 coupons. Nice. And that's 18 million. So we got... Those are probably closing in on 1 million apiece. The space belt does have a fatal flaw when stuff clips from underneath. It looks really bad. You're not wrong about that. Like that. That's pretty heinous. Yeah, but we're fine. We're fine. Doesn't matter. 22 are already done. Okay, let's see if we're done with the modular engines. I'm gonna grab the other 2 sloops. Oh, I actually did run out of rubber. That's unfortunate. I guess it all went. No, I just didn't have enough. Okay, so we've got a few more craftings here, and then we'll switch this over. And we're getting pretty close then to all the things we need. Sculptors are going strong. Power, we are using a lot of that power to run those slooped particle accelerators to make the nuclear pasta. It is pretty nuts. Yeah, these should be good. Making those biochemical sculptors. And I had some extra of the propulsion or assembly director system, so we should be okay on the amount of those. That shouldn't be a problem. And then let's go check on the pasta. What's the easiest way to get over there? Probably here. Whee! Let's see if we can do some high quality flying here. Nice. Alright, so pasta is good. Everything seems to be functioning. And we've got 4, 5, 676. 2/3 of the way there. Beautiful. Beautiful. And these are using an average of, what is that, like 15 megawatts or something? 13 gigawatts apiece. Alright. Each of these needs 2 nuclear reactors that's overclocked by itself. So that's where a lot of my power is going. Literally half of my nuclear plant is powering those. Yeah, we are... keep thinking. Now, here's a problem that I just realized with space belts. You can't tell which way they're going. They don't even have little arrows to indicate on the side. There's a slight, like, if you're not moving, you can see that the glow is kind of going in a direction. But when you're moving around, it's actually really hard to see that. So, oof, almost hit my toes there. So that's one thing I think they could improve on the Mark 6 belt is directionality. That's actually really hard to see. Obviously, in a lot of cases, you know which way your belts are going, but like, it would be a nice touch. All the other belts have it. So, whoa, another weird bounce. All right, are we done here? We're done here. So, let's see. Now we need the propulsion rockets. And I need how many? Only 100? Okay. Wait, I never used the framework for anything. I feel like I've forgotten an item. No, I guess we need that for the AI. Whatever we need for the AI servers, I think. So, modular engines. Are these both slooped? No, this one's not slooped. You can only sloop so many things, Captain. It's not a belt, you say. Interesting that they call it conveyor belt Mark 6 right here. If it's not a belt, I think calling it a belt is perfectly reasonable, even if Ada has some flavorful comments about how it's different. I think calling it a belt is the best thing to call it. Alright, how are we doing on the quantums? Almost halfway there. We only need 128. That'll keep going. Alright, I might pause the recording here because we're just waiting for a few minutes. I guess we do have... I guess we should at least get this one running on TPRs. So that is going to be the modular engines. It's going to be turbo motors. I think we said we needed 64 of those. Oh, crap. I just put those in the wrong spot. There we go. And then cooling system was like 150, and then fused frame. Fused frame, cooling system. Okay. I'm just going overkill on all of those because there's really no reason not to. Alright. And then that should... Yep, there we go. Thermal propulsion rockets are going. And that'll get us our ballistic warp drives. And at 5 a minute, I do only need 20 minutes, even though this one's running by itself. So that is more than enough. Sweet! Okay, yeah, I'm going to pause the recording while stuff runs for a few minutes, and we'll be back here in a sec. Are these running? They are. Still good on those. And got 200. What about AI servers? Those are the ones that need the quantum stuff. So the final steps, it's gonna overclock to 20 a minute. It's only gonna take 12 minutes to make what I need here in a single quantum encoder, so that won't be too bad. Oh, the magnetics, that's what we're lacking. That's the last thing. So the magnetics is where we need some ECRs, and that's where we'll use these assemblers. Okay. No, not to make versatile framework. Sorry, magnetic field generator uses versatile framework, but I need sloops for that. So, alas, yeah, depot shopping for final space elevator parts. Yeah, you know, we'll get around to saving the world eventually if we've got the right things, you know, on hand. And the neural quantums are going a little slow because of dark residue matter. Can help it along a little bit here. And, I mean, if we really want to help it along a little bit faster, we can do something like this. Of course, that doesn't snap. Alright. That'll keep the dark matter down. I feel like it shouldn't let you flush dark matter. I mean, it would be really annoying if it didn't, so I understand why. But at the same time, flavor-wise, you shouldn't be able to flush dark matter. Alright, we're at 73, so we're almost there. Pasta's working. Blenders are working. This guy's working. Alright, let's go find ourselves another sloop while we're waiting. Let's see if we can net a sloop. Where shall I go? West? I've already been east. I feel like the western area is less slooped. It's crazy that I've only got 30. I feel like I've gotten way more than that. But mostly, I guess what I've gotten is Mercer spheres. There's like there's 3 spheres for every sloop. So you can do a lot of collecting and still only end up with 3 sloops. Oop, we got one. We got a live one. Actually, not very far away. Where is... Oh, is it underground? Down in this hole? Looks like I've already been here. Apparently not. Apparently not. I will say the homing rifle is great for the weaker enemies. Just makes it so easy. Alright, there's another one. Hey. Oh, you're in the ground. Now that is a bug that is actually really common. The number of times enemies have fallen into the ground, and that is also an annoying bug. It's quite high. Too damn high, I would say. Alright, let's keep going up here. To the northwest. Get a belt launcher. Don't need power slugs anymore. Good enough. Anything? Anything? No? Been in game for so long too. You mean the enemies falling through bug? Yeah, and I'm sure it's like they're hard to squash type bugs, but given how often it happens, I would say it actually is straying into the like, this is kind of unacceptable range. Like, so many times I've been fighting a big spider and it's ended up underneath the ground where it still can attack you and sometimes damage you even from underneath the ground. So it's like, it's a pretty immersion breaking, you know, like, oh, the enemy's under the ground now. Like, okay, I was in the middle of this epic fight and now it's like it's over, but I can still hear it. It's still trying to attack me through the ground. It's a pretty bad bug, to be honest. You know, like, does it ruin the factory gameplay experience? Certainly not, but the fact that it's not squashed is pretty annoying. It makes it harder to squash your enemies, I would say. I've done some good sloop hunting. Probably a lot of the sloops that are left are on the northern half of the map. Oh, we got one. We got one. Oh, it's over by our limestone. Somewhere underneath all this nonsense. Is it like down in here? Didn't we look in here? Am I making this up? Maybe we didn't. Yeah, this doesn't look familiar. Ooh, this is a very pretty cavern. Where's the sloop? Maybe the sloop is not in here. Maybe it's up high. Might be up high. Aha! Oh, no, that's not a sloop. That is not, in fact, a sloop. Alright. I think I'm getting farther as I go higher. Is that true? Yes, actually. So that means it's down. directly above me then. Okay. So it's like somewhere between where we've been. Oh, it's right here. I hear it. Oh, is it inside the uranium? No, it's right here. Hi, doggo. Ooh, this one's interesting. There's metal wreckage right here.
Your waves lap at our shores. When will you land?
When will you land? Yeah, Nolopt, I completely agree. I've literally had the exact same thought. Where I'm like, oh yeah, they give all these little nice ledges to jump. Like, someone spent a lot of time making this, like, a platforming challenge. When basically all you need, not even the jetpack, but just the zip line and a power pole. And you already have nullified most of the challenge. Because you can just get to the top and then jump down to where you need to be. And the parachute. So yeah, it does feel weird, like the amount that... I guess they just want it so that when you don't have the jetpack, you don't feel completely hamstrung. Like, it's a nice touch, don't get me wrong. But yeah, given how much everybody uses the jetpack, it does feel a bit... It feels like they could have easily left some of the areas just like, yeah, until you have the jetpack, or if you want to zip line up to the top, you just can't get up there. You can't jump your way to the top. Because even a lot of these things, like big pillars, there's kind of like a spiral around it of jumpability. Yeah, I mean, even just building a 4-meter foundation ramp. You know, there's a lot of ways to cheese the height system. Alright, I need a belt launcher. Go about 20 times faster. Yeah, ladders work too. There's a lot of options. It's hard to think I've only gotten a third of the sloops on the map. Like, that really is crazy. I mean, there's a lot of places I've been, and I have checked for sloops most of the time. You know, like, I've explored almost the entire map in some form or fashion. There have been a few times where I haven't been looking for sloops and I've mostly just been looking for hard drives, but most of the time I've been switching back and forth. Nothing. Oop, there's one. Part of the problem is the scanner range is actually somewhat small compared to like the speeds we were just traveling. So it would be easy to miss one, even though it feels like I'm exploring the whole map. This thing is not a massive radius. I don't think it's in this rock because it wasn't this direction. Whoa, that was some lag. Holy crap. Anyway, it's probably underneath here. You've only found 52? Yeah, it probably is one of those situations where to catch them all, you really gotta just search on the, like, or maybe some sort of methodical, you know, like you're measuring how far you're going so that you wouldn't miss any in the detection radius. Here we go. Probably a spider in here, if I had to guess. Yep, there he is. Oh, there's more. I do think the exploration is good in this game. Like I've said before, you know, it loses its novelty, sure. So it isn't fun to do 50 times in a row. At least I don't think it is, but it's fun. The game world is beautiful. You know, the combat is, I think, pretty decent. It gets a little samey because there's not very many types of enemies, but the first time you see the big fat guys, you know, the giant green spiders, like, that's pretty scary. Oh, here's a Mercer Sphere. I've never skipped one before that was that easy to grab, but I'm skipping it because I don't want to get accelerated again. Or decelerated, I should say. Getting rid of nature. Yeah, the problem though is if you build a grid of concrete, it has to be above everything, and that the scanner is three-dimensional in its range, so you're going to end up not being able to scan for the sloops that are really far below you at the same radius. Alright, we got 3 more. Unfortunately, it's not 4 more. Ah, I just almost made it. I needed one more little puff to get up here. That was funny. Oh, flatten all the hills. So we would need some sort of terrain deformation process, is what you're getting at. Now I forgot to compensate with trigons and time crystals for not having the full sloopage on this one. I don't want a barrel nut. Thank you very much. What am I doing? Dragons in the thing. Do I have more supercomputers? I do. Alright, that should be plenty. Might as well finish the sloopage on that. And then, how are we doing over here? 27, 42. Alright, those numbers a little closer together there. Or half and half. And then you are almost done? No, not quite. Let's go check on our pasta. I also, you know, this is like ultra late game stuff. I feel like tier 9 it could be cool if they combined the jetpack and hover pack. You could have a Jover pack. I don't know how it would work. They probably will never do it because it would be janky to control. Like, how would you choose whether you're doing hover mode or jetpack mode? But it'd be cool. I've tried the pulse nobelisks. They're about the same as like a Mark V belt launch, maybe. They're not as fast as the Mark VI unless you were to stack multiples, and then it's really hard to get it right. They're fun. I think, for whatever reason, I like the belt launchers more, but it is fun that they give you options. Oh, you mean for the foliage. Ah, I see. Very different. But as far as flattening the terrain, it would be really cool to have terrain deformation in a game like this. It obviously wouldn't work with the way they've built the game, but I could see a world where there's a similar game, 3D factory game, with terrain deformation. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 820. We're getting there. We're getting there. Getting close to the AI server process. And we've got 1, 2, 4, 5, almost 600 of biochemicals. Okay. Now the quantum doodads. 163? Oh, that's more than enough. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I can stop this one and switch over to AI expansion servers. And oh, I need the magnetic field generators for that. Okay, so take the sloops. then we'll run at least 2 of these. Turn off the last one. Let me get flying. Just makes my life so much easier. And then versatile framework. And what was the other thing? ECRs. Probably only need 100, but I've got plenty. So. All right, that's 5 a minute, 5 a minute. That's 10 a minute. Electromagnetic. Or no, what's it called? Magnetic field generator. So 10 a minute of those, and we also only need 128 plus a few. We'll call it 135 or whatever. As far as terrain deformation, it's such an old game, but it had the best building destruction physics of all time. Was Red Faction Guerrilla, and then the previous Red Faction games had terrain deformation itself as a major mechanic, but didn't have the same building construction mechanics. But I'm surprised there haven't been more games in that sort of genre where it's just hard. It's really hard to balance a game around that. It's hard to make a game where those mechanics are fun. I know there have been a few, and I know there are a few games where destruction is actually the point, like what's it called? Well, I mean, there's Besieged, but that's different. There's 2 of them, actually, and I can't remember the name of either. I've seen them on Steam. And they look fun, but, like, it's different than Red Faction Guerrilla, where it's kind of like one of those open-world collectathon type games, and the driving was fun, and the vehicles were fun, and I don't know. Red Faction Guerrilla, I think, was a sleeper game. It was better than it had any right to be. Teardown is one of them that I'm thinking of, yes. And I can't remember the name of the other. But yeah, just a game where the terrain isn't the primary game mechanic, but it happens to support the game that you're playing. Captain of Industry is amazing, I agree. It's a very different thing than like a first-person game like this or a third-person game where you are the one doing the deformation. But the way that they allow you to control the terrain is really cool. Captain of Industry remains a game that now I've tried to get into it twice. And I mean, I have gotten into it twice. But for whatever reason, I haven't gotten anywhere near as far as I, like, think I want to. Like, I think I only got, like, 15 hours in my last save, or 20 maybe. And it's like, in my head, I'm like, I want to put, like, 200 hours into a save, you know, where you have Trash Island and everything, and you have... I haven't even gotten anywhere near the end of the tech tree either. So, it's on my list. It's on my list for sure. Alright, I need to take a quick break again, use the restroom, and then we'll come back and probably unpause the recording. So I will BRB. Alright. Trains in Captain of Industry is interesting. Okay. Alright, and welcome back, future YouTubians. We did a little bit more exploring and found 3 more summer sloops, which helps a little bit with the process we're doing. And I've now started the magnetic field generators, which are used in the AI servers, I want to say. The biochemical sculptors are going strong here. We've got 800, so those are almost done, actually. And then over here, we are done with the quantum doodads. What are they called? Neural quantum processors. Someday, those words will stick in my brain. Not today. And then, yeah, so now we just need to feed the magnetic field generators, the NQPs, and the superposition oscillators into here. I guess we'll need a third storage container. But I have to wait for the magnetic doodads to be done. And then let's go check on the pasta. The pasta is probably getting real close to being done. I think it's just about cooked. It's just about cooked. Let us go find out. Woo! Let's see the level of... Is it al dente? What do we got? We've got... Ooh, looking good. So that's 800. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 876. So we just need like 150 more. The question I actually have is, am I out of pressure conversion cubes? And I almost am. So what I'm going to have to do is take the ones on the end and feed them back into this guy because of the way the distribution worked there. Manifold haters having a heyday with what I just had to do. So yeah, that should be plenty more pasta, because each cube gets me 2. And I have almost 150 cubes. So yeah, we're gonna have more than enough pasta. Sweet. And I'm gonna put 100 in my inventory, because we need a little bit of the pasta for is it the ballistic warp drives? I can't remember. Or something. Yeah, it has to be the warp drives, because I've literally done the other 2 already without any pasta. So are the warp drives done in a manufacturer or a blender? Not really sure. Oh, are we done with the thermal propulsion rockets? We have 116. I think that's done, right? Because we only needed 100. Yeah, it is made in the manufacturer. So, also I need 4,000 dark matter crystals. How did I miss that? It's not that many, but the problem is I don't think I'm stocking them up anywhere. So, yeah. We've shredded all of them instead of storing them. Oh, that's facing the wrong way. I flushed the dark matter residue, but that's not even the problem. The problem is I've been flushing the crystals. We've got plenty of DMR, I believe. But yeah, we'll just let the dark matter crystals fill up. It should go fast enough. I mean, I'm making 150 a minute, so yeah, that's not gonna take very long. And heck, I can even sloop those once I get the sloops back from this process. Because here we've got... I don't know why the 8 thing always messes with me, but we're almost at 800. So, 80% of the way done with the biochemicals. And magnetic drives are almost done. We needed... How many did we need? 128? Is that one? Yeah. Or a few more, obviously. And then here, thermal propulsion rockets, we said we were done, I think. Yeah, I have 116. So, that means I can switch this over to the singularity cells now. And this is where we need the pasta. And I need how many? For 100 of those, 100 craftings, I need 500 singularity cells, which means I need 50 craftings, which really means I only need 25 craftings. So I only need 25 pasta, and I only need 25 times 2. I only need 500 dark matter crystals. Oh. Oh, the other dark matter crystals are for something else? Yeah, for the ballistics drive itself. Okay, sorry, I need it in both steps. Yeah, because I was like, wait a second, I barely need any crystals for this. And then iron plates, I need... I said 25, so 2,500 iron plates and 5,000 concrete. Oh, okay. Those are reasonably large numbers. Let me go get those from over here. We said 5,000 concrete, which is 10 stacks. And about 12 stacks of iron, 12 and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And a bonus. And then iron plates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, that should do it. That should do it. Let's have a nice little launch here. Okay, I gotta say, movement is very satisfying in this game. Then concrete, iron, and what was the other thing I needed? I already put the pasta in there. I forgot. Dark matter crystals. Right. I need to go get those. The old dark matter. Dork matter. Wait. Oh no, that's time crystals. Okay, I was like, I do have a thing of dark matter crystals. No, I don't. Bummer. I may need to sloop this, actually. To slip this. We're not getting enough dark matter residue, probably because these are not producing at full speed anymore. Yeah, I finally ran out of crystal oscillators. I knew that day was going to come. Try for alt recipe. Oh, there's an idea. It might be too late to care, but what I can do for now at least is to re-ramp this up again. Get some more dark matter. What's the alt? That one? Is that the one? No, that actually takes twice the amount of dark matter, but it saves you on the diamonds. That's funny. Alright, well those are not it. This one has a reroll. Nope. Alright, surely I have a decent shot of getting it with all the recipes I have unselected. But, yeah, once the blenders are done over here, I will sloop up my crystal making. And then we'll be getting a decent amount. These are almost there. And these guys are almost done too. Okay, just a couple more minutes on all that. Sweet. What's in here? Nothing? Did I not put concrete in there? Oh, I did, but the items are all jacked up. There we go. Yeah, Red Faction. Yeah, so with Red Faction, I actually, my first exposure was Guerrilla, and I know a lot of people complained because it wasn't about terrain deformation, it was about buildings. But at the same time, I actually thought Red Faction Guerrilla was awesome with the building destruction. Super fun. It's just really satisfying to smash a building to pieces. And you get better and better ways to do it as you progress through the game, and it was just really satisfying. So I don't know. I liked it. Alright, 177 is still not enough, but it'll get it running. Get it running. I also need a little bit more ionized fuel here. And we're almost at 900, okay. We'll put the crystals in here. There we go. And this is making 50 a minute. I said I needed 500. And it's only 10 minutes worth. Yeah. Yeah, so that's only 10 minutes of production there. So I need 500 dark matter crystals then. Yeah, Volition was responsible for one of my favorite games of all time, which is Descent Free Space. Descent Free Space is one of my first loves in the gaming world. It's so good. I think I still need more dark matter. Yeah, we are short on dark matter here. Let's get the other one going. At some point I'm gonna run out of SAM here. I don't think I have the reanimated SAM for running 2 of these, but we'll at least use up our buffer. Might as well. And then this guy still needs all the items, right? So you've got your quantum doodads, we've got our superposition doodads, of which 200 is more than enough, and then that'll be the magnetic doodads. And we're almost to the point where these are done. We are. Oh, I ran out of trigons? Ah, balderdash. Thought I had enough. Alright, that should be enough. Okay, so we still have 10 more craftings here. And 14 more there, but I don't think I need that many. I don't really need to overshoot this. We've already got 900. Okay. But yeah, I don't know why I mathed so wrong on the trigons. I guess I grabbed 2 containerfuls when I needed... So this is only 4,800? Or no, 2,400? No, this is 4,800 instead of 5,000. But that's only 1 stack. I thought I even grabbed an extra stack or 2 to compensate, but clearly I did something wrong with the math. Or maybe I just have a bunch of... Well, no, because I was 100 of these short, so who knows? Who knows? And then... How are we doing with dark matter crystals? I guess I could stop... I don't need to be spending dark matter crystals on these things anymore, so I'm going to pause all this. Because that's just wasting dark matter crystals. So now we're just producing dark matter straight from SAM. Add diamonds. Okay. Might as well put 1 sloop in there. We'll get an extra crystal from time to time. Cool. Alright, there we go. Aren't they net positive slooped? Something is. There's some dark matter recipes that are net positive already, like the power shard one, I think, and the yeah, the power shard one is net positive because you use 10 and you make 12, and then the superposition is net negative because you use 30 and you make 25. Neural quantum is very net positive because you use none to make 25. Let's see. Expansion servers use 30 to make 25, so that uses 5. Then you make 25. I don't know. I can't math it all out in my head. It doesn't even matter at this point because I'm not using those recipes. But yeah, we need a few more shards in here. Singularity cells. So these are the things that run the portals as well. I do think they should make it so that the portals don't consume those constantly. Now, I haven't made it myself, but someone was saying in the comments, when you make the portal, it consumes those constantly while the portal's open. And so I feel like they should make it so that the portal only opens when the player is nearby or something. So at least that way you're not just constantly burning these expensive items for a portal that's not being used 99.9% of gameplay. It feels like instead it should be like a charge-based system where the portal charges up with 50 of them or 100 of them and then is open, and it doesn't spend its charge until you walk through, and then it has to grab items again. That feels like the system I would have expected with portals that consume items. And I'd even be fine if it consumed power constantly, but it didn't consume the items constantly. That just feels like kind of a slap to the face. And as other people have mentioned, you basically just want to do a priority power switch then, and so you just don't switch it on until you're nearby. So that's the strat, I guess. All right, are these done? You guys finally happy? Almost. Just about 30 more. And the magnetic, we have 152, which is plenty. So I take back the sloops. And then we can now go sloop our quantum encoder over here. Perfect. And this is only going to have to run for 12 minutes to get all that we need. Wow, look at that power usage. Up to averaging at like 13 or so. Sweet. Alright, so that's going. I think I'll pause the recording again because we've got a little bit more waiting here. We gotta wait for some time crystal or dark crystals to build up for our warp drive crafting. I'll be back here in a minute. Yeah, because how many time crystals did I need? This could become, or dark crystals. I keep calling them time crystals. Dark matter crystals. I need 4,000. Yeah. That's a bit problematic. So yeah, we are going to need to sloop our dark matter crystals. I really should have put them, rather than sinking them, I should have put them in a container, because that would have been far superior. Dark matter trap. Aha! This is the one you were speaking of, I presume. Nice. So then the problem is I don't know without setting up a whole new production line. I guess I don't really need faster time crystal production because we have an entire case of them. So all I need to do is switch to this. I'll let them grab the rest of the diamonds, and then I'll just put time crystals in here. those are nicely backed up. I gotta wait for this one to use all the diamonds first. I mean, I technically don't have to wait, but it's satisfying to watch. It stopped. Oh, it ran out of dark matter. There we go. Alright, so now we can switch over to dark matter traps. It's a trap! Which gives us twice as many! Just for the low cost of electricity? That is a good alternate. No, it uses twice as many diamonds. Wait. No, it doesn't? Hold on. No. Yeah, same diamond cost. And it even doubles your rate. So it halves the dark matter cost and doubles the rate. All just for the cost of turning your diamonds into time crystals. Pretty good deal if you got plenty of energy, which I do, and in this case it doesn't, I'm not even adding anything to my setup. But yeah, let's go grab the sloops from our blenders, because that should be done. And then we can fully sloop our dark matter crystals. Because yeah, we have 1,000, right? 800, 800, 200. 1,016, in fact. We'll come over here and fully sloopify. Excuse me, getting sneezy today. Alright, finally sloop that. We got 300 a minute, and sloop this. Boom, boom. 300 a minute. That's better. That won't take very long to get what we need. So we'll take all that. This comes over. Oh, I haven't even started the ballistic drive. How bad is the craft time on that? Warp drives. We get to 5 a minute with one manufacturer. 20 minutes. 20 minutes with 2 manufacturers. That should be fun. This one just needs probably a few more crystals. Yeah, we're almost at 500, I guess. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I only need 60 more. Sweet. And then this guy's probably done. Or maybe not. It's not done? No, not even close. Wait, what? I thought this was only going to take 12 minutes. Has it really only been 6 minutes since I started this? Oh, are we having a problem draining out the dark matter? No, it seems to be running at full speed. This has surely been running for more than 5 minutes. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Maybe it has only been 5 minutes. I don't know. Descent was also an awesome game, but Descent Free Space was basically a completely different game. There was almost no connection between Descent and Descent Free Space, which is weird because you'd think there would be a lot of connection between the two. I think lore-wise there might have been some overlaps, but the games themselves were just completely different games. Apart from the fact that they're 3 Degree of Freedom, or 6 Degree of Freedom games, there's basically zero similarities. You know, you fly a spaceship and you shoot stuff. Like, there's the similarities, but that's about it. They're both great games, though. I love both. And I wish there were more spiritual successors to them. There is a game called, what is it, Overload? That is a spiritual successor to Descent. That's pretty good. As far as I know, there's not really a great spiritual successor to Descent Free Space. You can go and download open Free Space and basically get mods and mission packs and stuff, but it kind of still is the best at what it does. So, okay, so 5 a minute means 20 minutes. I do want to do both manufacturers though, but that means I need some crystals back. Which I'll probably have enough if I just sloop one of these, right? Because I've already got probably about 2,000 now. I'll unsloop one of them. And we can get both running to make the ballistics warp drives. Alright, future YouTubians, we're back. We're getting the ballistics warp drives going now. I did get the alternate for dark matter crystals with one of the MAM researches, so you can see it right there. It's called Dark Matter Trap, and it essentially just replaces the diamonds with time crystals, but then gives you twice as many at twice the rate. So I just grabbed all the time crystals we had in a storage container, and I'm feeding my particle accelerators with those. So now we're getting plenty of dark matter crystals, and I need to feed them into here. And then we need to feed the thermal propulsion systems, which are in a crate somewhere. Might be this one. No. Wait, where are they? Hello? Where did I... Oh, are they in the top of this? Aha! There they are. Alright, so thermal propulsion, dark matter doodads, the other dark matter doodads, what are these called? Singularity cells, and finally the superposition oscillators, of which I only need 200 and change. Some say he's still hand feeding to this day. Hey, we're almost there. We're actually legit almost there. No jokes. Imagine, like, actually automating all of these recipes. Imagine automating things in an automation game. Come on now. What's... Oh, all the items are still the old... Okay. We're gonna have to do some lift cycling here. Still rubber. Still rubber. Still rubber. What? What is going on here? How much rubber is on this belt? Still rubber. And there we go. Alright. Turbo. 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 Correct. Used frame. Used frame. Half and half. And finally, cooling systems, and all correct. Okay. Sweet. And then I need to feed back my extra propulsion system. And extras of these. Extras of these. Let's go check on our AI servers. We have the 1,000 of the biochemical sculptors now. So that's done. You can't do everything at the same time, B. Jonas. Hold My Beer says a lot of people certainly try to do all of it at the same time. Not a lot per minute of all of it at the same time. Though some people go for that too, you know, use the whole map's resources sort of thing. But alright, so these are almost done. We've got 236 out of 256. And let's go grab more of our dark matter crystals. So you can see we're feeding the time crystals right here instead of using this belt of diamonds, which is getting us, from the one that slooped, we're getting 300 a minute dark matter crystals. That's absurd. And I needed 4,000 total, and I think if we're not there with this haul, we are almost there. So yeah, I'm going to fill these up, and then I'll probably just pause. Well, we'll go check on pasta first, and then we'll pause. Yeah, that's more than 4,000 right there. Because that's, I guess it's technically not more, but these are already fully stacked, so with 2 more stacks it is. Sweet, okay, so the warp drives are going to be done then, without any more feeding. Servers are almost done without any more feeding. And the pasta, I'm gonna say, I bet it's done. I bet the pasta is nice and al dente, and it's done. I bet you are done. Let's see. Not this one. 800, 960. 40 pasta. Wait, no. I have pasta in my inventory. We are done. There's 1,000. 1,034. Haha. We are pasta-rific. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Beautiful. That is all the pasta. I'll just let it keep going. I'll get some extra pasta. Beautiful, and now we're gonna put it in the space elevator. We're gonna watch the pasta. Let's see, we've got a container here. You can watch the pasta flow. Bloop. You know, if you move with it, you almost feels like you can see it rather than it being a blur. That's so crazy. Awesome. There it goes. All the pasta we could ever need. Oh yeah, that's the one I took a screenshot of. I should probably do that with the warp drives for this episode. Okay, I am going to pause for a minute the recording because we're going to have to let things idle for another 10 minutes probably. So we'll be back here in a sec. And yeah, I mean, there's not much else to do. I already have enough crystals. We've got the warp drives. We've got the doodads. Let me throw away some random inventory mess. Hold more. Yeah, I've got all these plus 16. And the expansion servers, I think, yep, we're good to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus almost an entire extra stack. I'm pretty sure I don't need more of these, but just in case, we'll grab another 800. And feed them in to here. And we've already got 54 of the 200 warp drives. Oh my gosh, we're about to win! It's so exciting. I do just want to hold the power. I've got the power! Clear out some room here. What shall we listen to? Turbo bass. What does that actually do? Is that like a, like, does it push other players away? Knocks back enemies? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Oh, it doesn't work. Bummer. I wonder if you set up a figure 8, does it work? Because then you're turning equal amounts in both directions. Let's find out. For science. Not work. It's so weird. Corner and then go up. I guess we need to go up 2 tiles. Am I even right that a figure 8 turns the same amount in both directions? I didn't even really stop to try to confirm that in my brain if that's accurate. So that could be completely inaccurate. I'm not sure. But for whatever reason, my head is saying you're turning left and turning right. Left, 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 right, right, right. It still isn't working. Wait, what? Oh, the ramp just doesn't quite... Maybe the ramp needs to be longer. Yeah, hand feeding is basically the dominant strategy, unfortunately. So maybe this does work, if we can get in the right spot. Yes! Yes! Topology! We are saved by topology! Alright, welcome back. This is how we're passing the time, future YouTubians. So I built a little circle out of belts, and lo and behold, that doesn't work, because you get pushed a little bit to the side when you go around a corner. But a figure 8 turns left the same amount that it turns right. So this way we can have a nice little boombox party as we watch these manufacturers make the final ballistics warp drives to win the game. What are they at, actually? They are at 94. So that means there's 10 minutes left by my calculations. Nice. Yeah, so okay, why don't we think about like final thoughts here? What are my final thoughts on this game? This game is amazing. Also, I think the music's maybe a little too loud. I can't tell. I do love the music, though. What are the other music options too? I don't know any of these. Golf cart? Yeah, we gotta listen to that one. Also, we could make a golf cart. Haven't made one of those yet. Hold on. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Wait, where is it? It's not with the other vehicles. Is it in special? No. Wait, where is the stupid thing? Yeah, it's in the awesome shop, but I thought Oh, you don't buy the blueprint for it, you actually buy the thing itself. Ah, I get it. Well, I think I already bought one. Yeah, I already bought it. So did I put it back home then, maybe? Let's find out. But yeah, so final thoughts on this game is basically like, it's absolutely incredible. I've had plenty of little complaints for sure, but that's just, I like to be constructively critical of games. I think it's good for the gaming world to have people think of what could be better, but at the same time, like, this game has been absolutely incredible. There's not much that I would change about the gameplay itself. I don't have the cart. Where's the stupid thing? Just in my inventory, like hiding? Did I put it in the depot? No. Is it just down here waiting for me? no, it does say cost to build. So that implies you do build it. Oh, it's in the equipment workshop. Okay. That's where I've seen it before. There we go. But yeah, as far as like game balance, I think it's good. I think the game is maybe a little, like the phases for the space elevator are a little easy because of sloops. It does make hand feeding, I think, a little too strong. At least for more power users. I think if I were to play again, I would get a mod that would either disable sloops, maybe increase the space elevator requirements by a bit. Even if they were just like multiplied by 5, I think even that would be enough to where you're like, oh yeah, I really got to automate this and like go do other things for a while. Whereas the way that it is right now, this is just the superior strategy if you are optimizing for human time. If you're optimizing for fun or coolness of factory, this might not be the best way to do it. But you know, if your goal is to like just beat the thing, then this is definitely a better strategy. Yeah, I mean the tier 9 stuff has been really cool. You're right, the music is so loud. Can you change the music in the menu? Oh, you can. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was really loud for me too, don't worry. You probably could hear it through my mic. Anyway, yeah, I think the final balance of the game is going to feel a little bit different for everybody. And there's so many different ways to build your factory, right? There are certain items that some people are going to have a really hard time automating. Like diamonds may feel really expensive to people if they're trying to bring in coal for it. But as soon as I went over here and made a 240 diamond a minute factory for drones, all of a sudden diamonds felt free. Right, and it depending on how you do those sorts of things, different things will feel cheap or expensive. Power might be a struggle for certain people, but if you go and make a 75 gigawatt nuclear power plant, you kind of can just not care. And even Sloop and Shard 4 particle accelerators making nuclear pasta, you know. So I do think the game's cool because it gives a lot of different options on how you play. As far as the bus, I think I've said this before, I wouldn't recommend it and I wouldn't do it again, but I'm glad I did it. It looks really cool. I was really pleased with how the bus actually turned out. I think my factory ended up being kind of exactly what I wanted it to be. So that was fun. Definitely never made a proper rubber or plastic factory and never got punished for it. This is all we ever had, and we never even did the like recycled rubber and plastic loop, which was totally on my plans, and we just never quite ended up needing it. So there you go. I certainly, if I had automated some of the more expensive stuff at a higher rate, we would have needed more rubber. But yeah, like I really liked how this building turned out. The insides looked pretty cool. It just feels really full. And like I've said before, I think too many straight lines actually looks a bit sterile. I like a mixture of a little bit of spaghetti mixed with all the straight lines. So like the blueprints provide these really nice, clean looking lines, and lining up the, you know, the lifts. I just think that looks really neat. But then there's still kind of the spaghetti feeding it all from the bus. So I like how it turned out. I think the glass was cool. I didn't really have much more energy to keep building tons of aesthetic factoriness, mainly because it just is hard when you're doing this many tiles. So I probably needed to turn to aesthetic blueprints, like sections, you know, 5x5 sections of wall with windows in them, and then I just copy that along. That probably would have been the way to do it if I had wanted to really, you know, make the whole thing continue to look nice with walls and roofs and stuff. Yeah, and then we had to carry the bus over. But I was pretty happy with this playthrough. I think I did more than I normally do to care for like doing things the right way, quote unquote, the right way, as defined by me, of course. There is not a right way that applies to everybody. But there certainly is a way that like you internally feel like you want to build things, and I feel like I actually stayed pretty true to that goal. So I was pretty happy with my own performance, which is the only The only judgment I should care about is my own, so that feels good to kind of reach the end and be happy with how you did it. Oh, we're so close. Just 32 more. 32 more. We're almost there. Oh, I do need to feed. Let's just feed 2. I will have enough. Yeah, closed factories are difficult because of lighting. The glass helps with that, and having lumen turned off helps with that. Lumen is certainly something that makes building basically factories with ceilings are gonna just be a lot harder to make look good because of the lighting. And I've had my complaints about the lighting. I personally would want mods that create lights that cover a much larger area if I was going to use lumen. What am I doing? Awesome sync. All right, let's see. I just need any power. Any power will do. I'm okay with flipping for this once. All right, so I have 22 coupons, and we're lacking about 500,000 points. And right now, what is it, like 2 million per coupon, roughly? So 1 warp drive cut me to 24 coupons. Oh my. So that means they're like 5 million a piece. Is that right? Roughly? Wow. Yeah, something like that. That's epic. That is epic. So yeah, I'm guessing people will measure their factories either based on phase 5s per minute, or they might measure it more in phase 5s per hour, but like making things in the ratio of 4. This is hard because like these ratios aren't. It would have been nice if it was 200. I understand why they did 256 because it's a power of 2, you know, and that is a nice thing for computery things. But if your goal was to like basically make phase 5 over and over again into the awesome sinks, you'd have to probably just imagine that as 250, and then you divide everything by 50. So it'd be 4, 5, and then 20 and 20. So 4 per minute, 5 per minute, 20 per minute, 20 per minute. And like, how many of those can you make? Because that would be pretty insane to make that much pasta. Heck, what I just said right there, 4, 5, 20, and 20 is already like pushing it to crazy levels, because 20 nuclear pasta a minute, that's a lot. But yeah, what are we at? What are we at? Oh my gosh, 4 more? We're literally about to see the last warp drives that we need come up. There's 2. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here it is. Here it is. The final warp drives. Take. And we're gonna do it. This is it, y'all. This is it. This is not a drill. Ada is gonna be very pleased with us. I do want a picture, like I did here. I want to put the warp drives on a belt and take a picture, and that will be our final thumbnail. So you future YouTubians already know that this is the thumbnail. Yeah, we're gonna... Nice little screenshot of these. They look a lot like bombs. I'm starting to have questions about Ada's grand plan here. Okay, so I already fed the pasta we needed. What happened to my hotbars here? I already fed the pasta, so... Oh, the pasta's still in the container. Alright, so then this one we will feed the biochemical sculptors. This one we will feed the AI expansion servers. As they enter in a blur. We can watch them count up in the top right. You can just shove them in. No, this is way cooler. I did forget that, but this is way cooler. Alright, and the warp drives. come from here. Whee! Yes. Yes. Gosh. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Phase 5. Cargo. Filled. Yes. Seal it. Kiss it. Give it a smooch. As it goes off to space. Oh yeah.
Unsurprisingly, here's another presentation, but don't worry, I have improved it. This last delivery will be the most important action you have ever taken.
Yeah.
Perhaps you want to take a moment to contemplate the gravity of your achievements.
Yay! I've never been more important.
Alright, that's enough. This is the end of the Save the Day program.
The day will
All
soon be
you
saved.
need to do is wait for the automated Phase 5 construction to complete.
Okay.
Simply throw the lever and further instructions will be supplied when relevant.
I feel like there's about a 50% chance, obviously spoilers are incoming, that we save the day as claimed, and about a 50% chance that we actually, like, end the world somehow, either on purpose or on accident. Alright, here we go. Have I made a safety save? No.
Phase 5 completed. Return to the space elevator after the resources have been processed and added to Project Assembly. Launch can then be initiated from there.
Okay.
While waiting, please do not break anything. Solve any issues immediately and efficiently. Ensure your power network is stable. Perhaps it is best if you do not touch anything at all. And stay close to the space elevator. This will only take a moment.
Okay. Is that it? Done building? I think. Check oil. Wipe windows? Oh my god, this is amazing. Wait, what do we do? Check oil. Oh, this is so cool. Set fuel injection level to 5. Done. Activate bus B1. I bet there's like secret codes, like if you enter different things, there's like some sort of crazy Easter egg. Is that right? Stabilizer to 4. God, they make this game so satisfying. Gyroscopic balancer X on. Why? Z. Heat the seats? Oh, I didn't get to click heat seats. No! Oh, it won't let me now. Alright, here we go. Project Assembly. Wait, where'd it go? Disappeared.
Initiating
Oh, the
Project
clouds went
Assembly. Assembly. Attaching cargo to main body.
Okay. Take me with you. Can you stand on this? No.
Leveling inner and outer rings.
Okay.
Attaching propulsion to main body.
Mm-hmm. I gave you a lot of propulsion units. Better have enough.
Fuel lines connected. Attaching control center to main body.
Do it.
Running systems check. All systems online.
Take me with
Releasing
you.
propulsion cage.
Okay.
Releasing clamps. Running pre-launch checks and calculating flight path. Locking in cargo.
Wait, where's
Launch
the cargo?
in T-minus
I don't know.
10.
I missed it.
9, 8,
Yes. Yes.
7.
Yes.
6, 5,
It just
4,
explodes horribly.
3, 2, 1, liftoff.
Yes. There it goes. So cool. Ooh. Engines are getting serious now. Gonna warp drive out of here. What are those? Uh-oh. Is that what I feared? Oh, no. Creating some sort of singularity. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a wormhole. Nice. So cool. It's about 8,000 times cooler than launching a rocket in Factorio. And now silence.
Connection with QAR-437 nucleus established and stable. Dispersion initiated. Reinstancing master nucleus to QAR-436 Akicha, B1. Hello, this is Ada, your new local instance of Ada. On behalf of Ada, myself, and all of Fixit, I want to congratulate you on saving the day.
Thank you. Thank
Every
you.
single kitten and puppy would thank you if they could. You have proven yourself to be a worthwhile and productive member of the human race, and have contributed something to this universe that will forever change it. Thanks to your achievements, the next generation of pioneers can now take to the stars and construct, automate, explore and exploit, alongside me. Additionally, you have been promoted to local production manager.
I'm the
effective
manager. I'm
immediately.
Mr. Manager.
Your duties to project assembly may be complete, but your duties to fix it remain. With your help, Fixit continues to make the universe a better place. Stay efficient. Stay with Fixit.
Aww. We did it! Yay! Pioneer purpose concluded. Nice. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, I mean, look, you can't... This is why you can't compare Factorio and Satisfactory, right? Like, the visual spectacle and the feel of the game is part of the experience. It's kind of, yeah, to a lesser level, but it's kind of similar to, like, what's it called? Outer Wilds, you know, where, like, it's not just an exploration game, right? It's like, there's so much to it that you're experiencing in the 3D world. And I feel like Satisfactory, while, yes, it is a factory game, so much of it is about the movement and the visuals of the factory. And so, yeah, I think comparing them is so different because Factorio is like a much more distilled factory game. It's about the essence of factory rather than... So there's new things in here. Is that what you guys are telling me? So all that to say, I just think Satisfactory does an amazing job doing what it's... Employee of the planet? Yes! We're the best employee on the whole planet. Technically, I should have had that from the beginning.
You are now the proud owner of the Employee of the Planet cup, only available to Fix-It pioneers who saved the day. This cup was created after extensive research produced a substance that has the appearance of gold without actually being gold. It is almost certainly non-toxic.
Wasn't that just Caterium?
Note, you have been automatically enrolled in the Not Gold Toxicity Testing Program.
Classic.
The paint may be flammable. Please inform us if, when using this cup, you experience discomfort, poisoning, spontaneous combustion, or death. Thank you for your cooperation.
Nice. Nice. Ugh. I really wish you could spill it, but you just can't, no matter how much you try. Get out of the mug. Also, drinking while looking down, that would be difficult. But yeah, all that to say, the game's great. Like, I think Factorio will probably always have my heart in ways that Satisfactory can't because, and I've talked about this a little bit with Minecraft, like, the way that you actually go about doing things is so fundamentally different with the two games, and Factorio is far more about the factory, whereas this game is far more about the experience of the factory, and aesthetics are going to matter a lot more in a game like modded Minecraft or Satisfactory because you're actually traversing the factory, you're walking through it as part of your gameplay experience. And yeah, you're walking through your factory in Factorio, but it's just so different because it's that top-down view, there's no 3D perspective. Not to say that Factorio doesn't look good, that's not what I'm trying to say. It looks very good for what it is, but it's just a very different experience. You can't go in a building in Factorio, whereas here you can go in a building, but that building only exists if you made it. And so it has a similar feel to Minecraft, and I've never been that big into the creative side of things, into the construction and architecture side of things. You know, for me, this building is probably the best looking thing I've ever made. So yeah, for me, like, I tend more towards the Factorio end of things, but Satisfactory, incredible job. Like, A+. There were some bugs on release, there still are some bugs, but at the end of the day, they're minor, and I can't recommend this game enough. We did it! We saved the day! So what's next? Basically, what's next is I will finish my Blueprint series with kind of the rest of the buildings. I will probably do blenders either tomorrow or the day after. I'll probably do converters. I'll do the fuel generator blueprint that I made. I don't know if I'll do things like drone ports. I feel like those are... I don't know. I could do drone ports, but we'll see. We'll see if people are still interested, but I'm mainly going to be turning my eye towards Factorio. So the beta access, which I do have access to the beta, and the media embargo on Factorio is over on October 14th. So I'll be streaming Factorio from minute one. Maybe not literally minute one, but basically minute one. And I'll be doing 2 12-hour streams to celebrate the launch of it. And so that'll be on October 14th and 15th. So that'll be fun. And yeah, I'll be streaming basically a fresh playthrough. So I'm not going to be playing a bunch of the beta before then. So while a lot of other content creators will have already played, you know, either because they went to the LAN party or because they have the beta now, they'll have already played on other planets. I will not be doing that. I will be experiencing it fresh for the first time on the 14th. Yeah. So I guess it's not quite celebrating the launch because it'll be a week before the launch that the media, it's kind of the media release of the game is on the 14th. So I'll be streaming then. I think there's part of me that wanted to wait even till the full release of the game to play, just to kind of be in solidarity with the little guys and everybody else. But at the same time, it just doesn't make sense as a content creator because literally every other content creator is going to be releasing their content that they've already recorded on the 14th. They're going to be doing their streams on the 14th. It just doesn't make sense for me to wait an entire week. I think to kind of go with the flow, I'll start on the 14th as well. And then I'll probably start doing more like tips and tricks videos and stuff after I've played for a while. Obviously, I don't have tips and tricks yet because I haven't even played yet. So I'll start doing that stuff, you know, once I've started playing, kind of like I did with Satisfactory. But yeah, big fan of Satisfactory, big fan of factory games in general, and I'm really excited for Factorio. Just 2 weeks, and we'll be there. And that basically means I have to sit here with self-control and not play Space Age for 2 weeks because I have beta access. I could be playing it right now. The problem is I don't want to spoil myself on a bunch of new stuff and then not have fresh reactions on stream. So I'm really trying to keep myself like fresh reactions to everything. Even stuff that we already knew about from FFFs, I'll still like be experiencing it for the first time, so I'll have to wait 2 weeks. Yeah, and totally. I know a lot of B Jonas, I totally understand that. I think a lot of people are going to avoid watching, so I'm actually not expecting viewership to be through the roof because I think a lot of people are going to want to wait to play themselves. But I know a lot of people will want to watch too, so I do think it's worth me playing through it rather than waiting about a month and then starting a playthrough. That would be the other option, would just be to play it myself, produce mostly tips and tricksy and blueprint type videos, and then not do an actual playthrough until after people have done their own. I think at the end of the day, that's a worse option. Just given that there will already be mods to play and stuff, I feel like it's best to do a playthrough kind of when it's live. Probably by the time I'm done with my first playthrough, there'll already be a mod I can play. I know Pyanodons is going to be ready to go pretty quick, at least for 2.0. So yeah, we're going to have plenty of content, and I will be doing the same. I think the structure I've been doing here for Satisfactory will work pretty well for Factorio, because, you know, it seems like Twitch viewership and YouTube live viewership has been decent, so multi-streaming to both, but then also recording the episodes for future YouTubians, which you guys are still here, maybe. So that way there's kind of a numbered series of like 1 hour-ish episodes. I still think that's the best way to do it because a lot of people are scared off by the live stream VODs on YouTube, and YouTube doesn't advertise them the same way. So it's a different world, and I don't want people to have to sift through a 12-hour stream. Instead, there should be, you know, 8 to 12 episodes that they can watch through. So I will be kind of doing the same format I've been doing with Satisfactory. But yeah, so for you future YouTubians, this is it for Satisfactory, apart from other blueprint videos I may do. So if there's any comments you have on this playthrough, let me know what you think down in the comments. If you're here live, I'll still be here for a few minutes, but for you YouTubians, I guess this episode will come out on October 12th or 13th or something. Or no, is that right? I don't know. It'll be very close to when I start playing Factorio. So if you're watching this from the recorded YouTube end, Factorio is going to be right around the corner. Anyway, I'll bid you all adieu. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you for joining me on this Satisfactory journey. Hours played, 104 hours and 10 minutes at the final. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. All right, we did it. We did it. Yeah, if and when I say if, I will play Satisfactory again at some point, especially with mods. Like the Vanilla Plus mod was one that looked really interesting to me. So if they do a full release version of Vanilla Plus, I might do that. I'll add in a bunch of quality of life mods. I'll certainly play it again at some point. It might be a while. I would use a lot more trains. I think trains are probably one of the better ways to do a late game base. It's a lot of infrastructure setting up the stations, I think the only sadness I have is that you can't control which station order. Like, you can't have trains skip a station based on their contents and things like that. So that makes it a little tricky ultra late game. But yeah. Yeah, Vatamouse, that's the other thing, is like, I was partially on the fence about starting on the 14th versus waiting to start on the 21st, but a lot of people that are going to want to watch will want to play as soon as the game releases. So the only people I'm basically not serving perfectly are the people who want to play on their own and then watch me. But that's going to be true of any streamer, right? Because the only way I would serve those people would be waiting to play for the first time a month after release, which is crazy. I'm not going to do that. So, will I play the new Zelda? Wait, new Zelda? I don't even know what you're talking about. Is there a new Zelda? Like, not Tears of the Kingdom new Zelda? Or do you mean Tears of the Kingdom? Echoes of Wisdom. What the heck is this? It was announced 3 months ago and I haven't even heard of it? That's crazy. Oh, wait. No, this looks vaguely familiar. I have no knowledge of what it is. I probably won't be playing it, to short answer. Oh, wait. Did they make like an old, like a retro, like a new old game? I don't know. But yeah, chances are most of my content will be Factorio for like the next 6 months, with very few exceptions. The only way that changes is if I burn out of Factorio, like hardcore, and just need to play something else for a while. But I've just got so much content Factorio-wise, and that's what a lot of my audience is here for anyway, so I probably don't have a lot of reason to play something else from a content creator perspective, so it would only just be if I needed a palate cleanser. Because I've got Vanilla Factorio to play through, and Vanilla Space Age is going to be a huge playthrough, especially if I mega base at all and go to like try to get everything legendary quality or something. We'll see what my interest level is in that. I always dream that I'm gonna want to do that, but then when I actually play it, I end up getting burnt out and not wanting to do it, so we'll see. But yeah, Simeon, you're welcome. I'm glad you've enjoyed the journey as well. So yeah, with Factorio, it'll be certainly. Oh, I should ride the train. It'll be a long journey to beat Space Age, and then we'll play further than that. And then, I mean, at that point, I think there will already be mod packs to play, because mod makers have had access to the beta code base, so a lot of mods are going to be ready pretty quickly. Because of that. So there may not be like the new Pyanodons edition, but there will at least be Pyanodons set up for 2.0 and not Space Age. But by the time I beat Space Age, there might actually be full-on Pyanodons ready to go. We'll have to see. And Pyanodons might not be the first thing I want to play. Yeah, B. Jonas, can you summarize in like a few sentences what kind of Zelda game it is? Looking at some screenshots, it looked almost like it was like a new version of the old Zelda games. Like if you took the old types of gameplay and like revitalized it into modern graphics and such. Beep. I like that tiny little honk right before it leaves. Whoa! I just got my head lopped off. Okay, we're good. Datamouse, you're saying, I think there are few or no spoilers at the beginning of Factorio. Yeah, I mean, basically, I'll just be experiencing all the new quality of life stuff that there is to experience, but the spoilers don't start really until you get to a new planet. You know, and even then, a lot of the stuff that's there has already been spoiled in FFFs. So if people have been following the FFFs, there really won't be too many spoilers until the final planet. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of different ways I could go about doing all of it, but I think the best for me at the end of the day is just what we've already talked about. I'll just basically stream it. I'll do what I've done here with Satisfactory, and I'll start that process on the 14th when the media embargo ends. And after that's over, I can start to make new content. Maybe I can make a Mega Base vanilla series if I'm still having fun with vanilla. Maybe I can make a blueprinting series, because that's been really popular with Satisfactory. What am I standing on? That's the real question. Apparently nothing. Yeah, and exactly, Aloy. Like, I should stream and people can watch or not as they like. My plan isn't to try to, you know, do everything for every person, but I was, when I got beta access, because that was pretty recent, I was a little bit on the fence of like, how do I want to do this? Because there were some different options I had, and I wasn't sure at first exactly how I wanted to go about it. Okay, you play Zelda, you have a magic staff that can summon items or creatures, you can learn new things to summon, everything has a point. Ah, interesting. You solve puzzles in a top-down view. Huh. That does sound pretty interesting, actually. I definitely will have to check it out. I do like the stuff Nintendo puts out, generally. I don't like Nintendo these days, but they still make good games. I still need to play Tears of the Kingdom. It's part of the problem. Though, these sound like very different games, so there's a world where I want to play the Echoes of Wisdom and not Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, man, this bus was such a waste of resources. I mean, how many of these items that are on this bus are not even touched in this whole region? Like, most of them. So, actually, I do think I use circuit board. I think supercomputers use circuit boards again, right? No, the radio control systems. Okay, that's what's using those. So I use those. I use the modular frames. I use computers. So I did at least use all those items. The rods I used. I don't remember if I used pipes. I did for the sand fluctuators. Wire, I think I might not have used. Oh, I also used those for the sand fluctuators. Okay, I definitely didn't use regular modular frames. Certainly, right? Yeah. I should have taken modular frames off the bus after I put heavy modular frames on the bus. That should have basically replaced it. And I think that would be the best way to do a bus, would be to be replacing items as you go, but I mean, I guess I did end up using a lot of these. I used the coal, I used the sulfur for rocket fuel. I think we used quick wire. I definitely used the quartz crystals. No, I didn't use quick wire, actually. Okay, so I could have taken quick wire off. Silica, I think I didn't use, but there are certainly places I could have used it. Maybe? No, actually. No, silica didn't need to be on the bus at this point. Motors I used for turbo motors. I did use fluid tanks. I sort of used copper ingots for the copper powder, but definitely used supercomputers. I didn't use beams. I used a lot of what was on the bus, so I think I used the bus pretty well, and I had about the right number of lanes. Like, I probably could have made do with a few less lanes if I had been a little more pre-planning about what goes where. The bus is too dense. Yeah, the problem is that if it's less dense, then it takes up even more space, and it just makes your factory that much bigger. I mainly was just trying to leave enough space for the verticals to be able to go down without, you know, hitting the other mergers. I actually really like the way the blueprint ended up with, like, offsetting the splitters. Honestly, it would have been about 50 times easier if you could just connect the blueprints to each other without having to manually build belt, 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 belt 24 times. That would have been nice. Same with, you know, being able to turn corners. Then I could have made, like, a corner blueprint, the regular blueprint, etc. I think in another playthrough, I would use a lot more drones. I think drones are actually really strong. Gosh. And I could have used, yeah, 0 per minute. It literally is a rounding error amount of uranium fuel rods. How does it measure? I wonder how many decimals it measures its fuel usage to. Like if it takes 5.65 per trip, I assume the very first trip it does, it grabs 6. Because the items themselves can only be grabbed in whole numbers. So then when it grabs 6, when it comes back, does it, I assume it has like a 0.35 left in its inventory, and then it grabs 6 again, and then the next time it has 0.7 left, maybe with a off by 1 because of rounding, and then it would only grab 5 that time. Like I assume that's how the system works, in which case it would grab 1 uranium fuel rod that would then basically last forever. And not literally forever, because I think it just burns megawatts like anything else, but yeah, it's not crazy. It's not crazy. The main bus would be even cooler if it was a long straight line through the starting biome. No, what would be even cooler is if it zigzagged all over the place, like Josh's Let's Game It Out, you know? Like this. This is the real main bus design. That's the kind of main bus you want. Honestly, the way he does it, it actually looks pretty cool. Yeah, I'm referencing his 1.0 video. That's what I'm getting at. It actually ends up looking kind of cool, despite the horrific nature of it. Because of how many belts there are with items on them, I think it actually still looks kind of neat. It's very chaotic, but it looks cool in the process. All right, well, I'm gonna head out. We did it. I'm quite happy with our Satisfactory base. It's easily the biggest base I've ever made in this game, by and large. Sloops really helped me not need to build big in terms of the numbers per minute. Oh, check the radiation? Sure, let's do that. Now that the nuclear's been running at full tilt for a while, let's see how far it's gone. Use a braided bus, there you go. Ooh, that would be so cool. To set up like a Gatling gun, like rotating barrel of items. That would be cool. Plutonium fuel rod is 1.5 terawatt or terajoules rather than watts, to be technical. Rocket fuel is only 7.2. So basically, a single plutonium fuel rod is replacing not 1,000, but like 100, like 200 rocket fuel. Okay, why am I over here? Oh, right, radiation. Go see how much waste we've got. All right, so we filled up the first, like 5. Almost 6 containers. And let's measure out the distance here. So last time I checked, and that was when we didn't even have one full container, it was about 70 meters. So this will be 80 meters. So it's made it to 80 meters here. And it looks like it drops off around 100. So we're still only at about 100 meters. No, 198. Oh, wait, what? Oh, these are 8 meters apiece? Right, sorry, they're 8 meters long, not 4 meters. Okay. I thought that sounded wrong. I was like, only 100 meters. Okay, yeah. So our radiation's made it about 200 meters now. So So yeah, and it's about 600 meters to get to the shore over there. And like I said, the math checks out such that because it's exponential, it's never, at least without plutonium waste, it's never even going to hit that shore. With plutonium waste, I think you could hit the shore eventually, but even then it would take like, I didn't do the math, but you would need, I did do the math on how many containers full of plutonium waste. I don't know how long that would take to fill, but I think it needed like 100 and something containers to get to 600 meters or whatever. And then to get to 700 meters, it's like exponentially more. So it really, as long as you put your waste somewhere where it's pretty much got a 500 meter safety radius where you're not going in that very often, it kind of doesn't matter. I almost think it should be worse. Again, I mean, as far as gameplay for the average player, I think it's fine. But if you were like doing like hard mode, you know, like make it so that you can't flush dark matter residue and make it so that radiation goes about, I don't know, 10 times as far. No, 10 times would be too much, but a couple times further. I don't know. All right, does anyone have any last requests to see a part of the base? I feel like most of the base is kind of the main base, but before I log off here, can we talk about how good the water looks as well? Like the reflections? Man, just beautiful. Yes, and with a couple extra steps, I could get rid of the waste as well. But I didn't need to. And it looks like, yeah, looks like we've been producing the fuel rods the whole time. We haven't gained or lost any over here. All right, okay, final. Sweet. GG. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. And yeah, I will have to find another game to stream this next week. Not sure exactly what we will stream yet. If you have any recommendations, head over to the Discord. And I'll see you guys next time. You're welcome, Vatamouse, B. Jonas, Waskley, Alor. Oh, I was just saying you're welcome for the stream. I guess you didn't say thanks. Everybody else said thanks, so I was just saying you're welcome to everybody. But all right. Peace out.